You're so sad.
Yo. Mr. You want another generosity vid? I'm good. It's pretty funny, but I'm good. And also, thank you, Bell Sleeping, for the follow. Sorry, I was AFK actually. I was making some coffee. What's up? What's up? Hello, hello. How you guys doing? Yeah. Oh, fuck. Good day, good day. Hello, hello. Hmm. Hope you guys are doing fine today. Dandy, fine, and dandy. It is Saturday. Chillin', fillin', dillin', billin', killin'. Huh? What up, Chingo and Lucas? Welcome, welcome. How you guys doing? Oh god, I'm actually been dreading to go back to the boss fight. Can't wait. Well, let's chill out for a bit before we jump into you owl right. You know, I've never seen it. I've never seen that. The owl. It's fucking owl pun. I'm doing fine though. I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. And I do hope you guys are doing fine yourself. Chilling like a villain. Um. ちょっと待ってね。I'm actually getting a shit ton of sleep today. Because it's weekend, right? I woke up. Well, last night I went to sleep. We ended the stream around 4:30, right? And I went to sleep around 5 a.m. ish. Okay? And then I may or may not went to sleep around maybe 5:30, maybe 6. Okay, it's kind of 6 a.m. in the morning. And I went to sleep and I woke up around 4 p.m. Oh fuck. It's what is a while though. It's fine. Look what I get discovered. Maybe you like it. What's this? Oh shit. This one is killing. Hmm. Oh, Lisa. I know Lisa. Well, not no, but like, you know, I know her as an artist. uh, but I forgot what song. Wait, My Friends Forever? Mm-hmm. Been going through my J-pop playlist. Oh shit. Probably know Oath Sign from Fate. I don't remember. Let me see. I haven't watched Fate Zero for last time I watched it was so long ago. Okay, I immediately remember. All right. All I gotta hear is that very first 5 second. Immediately. Dude, what year was Fate Zero? 2006. Oh wait, no, that's the wait. Is it what? Fate Zero is 2006? Oh no, it's not. 2011. Okay. Yeah, I was still in high school. Goddamn. Ooh. Mm-mm. UBW? What's that? Oh, the Unlimited Blade Works. This one. Yeah, I watched this as well. This is the one that makes ufotable was like, you know, the peak. I feel like it was so fucking good. It's a very good looking anime, you know what I mean? And it's kind of understandable. It's fucking ufotable. You know what I mean? Mm. It's best girl timeline. Alright, alright. Bada beam, bada boom. What can we check out today, chat? What can we check out for today? Code Giguk. Is Giguk also written? I can blame him though. I can blame him. Oh my god. Whoa! What is this? Bubble. Netflix. Official trailer. There's new anime stuff from Netflix. Oh! This week in video games. New content. Oh shit, oh shit. What else? What else? What else? Blah, blah, blah. GTA, GT7. Okay. Wanted Dead. Ooh, there's a new game. Okay. Well, we got some new stuff coming in. She knows his wife, I think, but he's like Stay Night has the Saber line, Best Girl line, and the Sakura line. I guess so, yeah. I actually never pay attention to that point. You know what I still need to watch? Apocrypha. Yes, I haven't watched that one. I don't know if it's good or not, but you know, I still need to watch it. I still do. Still do. God damn it. I mean, it's Fate, you can expect some nice stuff. True. True. Okay, my guy is coming. Alright, let's check out this one real quick. Wanted Dead. Not sure what this is. Just uploaded 1 hour ago on SXSW, Southeast Southwest. The fuck is this?
Oh, scheiße.
What the fuck? I got Metal Gear Solid vibe. I mean, Revengeance.
Just what the hell is that, Lieutenant?
Standard police procedure?
Oh, shit.
That accent! Dynamite action! Fatal attraction. It's kind of fun. Good night, Chico.
Shit.
What the fuck is going
That
on?
fucked them up.
Okay, it's this year, but what the fuck is this game? Never heard of this. Wanted Dead. Huh? Game. Can't even find where is it gonna be released. Soleil Game Studios. Didn't even read the name of the 110 Industries. It's gonna be released on PC, but I cannot find it. Made by ex-Ninja Gaiden devs. It's gotta be quite interesting. I mean, looking at the gameplay, it is a little bit like Metal Gear Vengeance, but a little bit more wacky.
An unknown strike team attacked Dower Synthetics.
But I never heard of Soleil. I'm assuming
many?
it's new form.
Too many.
Gear up.
Here they come.
The fucking song choices, though. Oh! Her ponytail is possessed? The fuck? Ooh.
There's more male nudity in your stories than in a Joaquin Phoenix flick.
Hey,
Okay. It's a game made by NA devs here.
what can I say? I'm a sensual guy.
Oh, shut the up, Herzog.
But I'm actually liking this. I'm actually liking this. The fuck? Never heard of this. I love it. Gameplay probably like, you know, it's whatever. It's like your typical action game stuff, but I like what they're doing with the fucking trailers and everything. I'm down. I'm down to give it a try. This looks like a pretty fun streaming game. Just like whack-a-mole kind of thing. Cool. Alright. Next weekend. Do you want to see this one? It's popping up on my... It's a Netflix anime thingy. Might as well, I guess. I'm kind of curious. Bubble. Have we seen this? Oh shit, so pretty looking.
あの音この子が響を救い出してくれたようだ
この子の名前は
Ooh.
響
変なやつ
あんな危ないことやめさせるべき
Oh, they got Takeshi Obata?
あいつらにとって息苦しいのさ
Oh.
お前にも聞こえるのか
止めなきゃ
時が動き出した叫んでこう飛び越えて待って味気でこの想いの上になってここから先は崩壊かそれともレディー
The song seems familiar. Is this Eve? Oh, it is Eve! What the fuck?
助けられる行くぞ行くぞ行こう歌
Eve's voice is very memorable. Oh, dude. The visual looks so nice. Is this a movie or a show? If this is a movie, I'm down. Bubble anime. We can do like a movie night. Dude. Oh. Hold up. My dude's fucking got lost again. I might have to pick him up again. God damn it. Why is it so hard to find my apartment? Alright, it is a movie. Ooh, wait, is it out or not? Bubble Netflix. Wait, it's not out yet? Oh, motherfucker, it's coming soon. Oh, April 28th. Jesus, still next month. Okay. I'm down though. We can give it a go. Oh, look at that. That's the typical, that's the Takeshi Obata art style. That face, that hairstyle. Woo! Death Note stuff, dude. I'm down, I'm down. I'm down. Alright. Check out Skill Up.
Want to reduce the chances of getting your passwords and accounts hacked? NordPass can help with that. And would you know it?
Oh.
They're sponsoring this video. Stick around to the end to learn more.
It's not NordVPN.
Gamers, you are probably wondering why this week's edition of This Week in Video Games is so late. Did Austin request even more time off to play Fishing Simulator 2022, aka Guild Wars 2, End of Dragons? No, he did not. Austin is not the reason this video is late. But if it's fishing he's interested in, then could I suggest an exciting new fishing spot I just discovered? My office. Okay, so this is my TV where I work.
What?
And this is currently my floor.
Oh no.
That's cool. That's great. Love it. Fantastic. So, yeah, content is going to be a little bit delayed for the next little while. Yes, that's right. This is actually footage of my office, which was flooded over the last few days as the Australian East Coast suffers from some of the worst flooding in recorded history. In the first few days of March alone, we got more rain than we do in an entire year. Sadly, my house sits right on top of a stormwater drain, and, well, the drain couldn't keep up, and this was the result. My family and I are all fine, by the way, though the same can't be said for my office and the furniture and some of the equipment. Luckily, most of the big stuff survived, and I can say it's extremely handy to have a Steam Deck at times like this, since this thing has basically become my main driver at this point, and will remain so over the coming weeks as we organize like repairs and replacements and all that shit. So, thanks, Gaben. Love you, bro. But like they say, the show must go on while the recovery operation continues here at Casa del Chill-Up. The world of video games continues to spin. And far be it from me to deny you my hot takes. So, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the news. Alright, let's do some real meat and potatoes gaming news first. Announcements for announcements. This week, Activision Blizzard reminded the world that Warcraft still exists, and despite its multi-year malaise, the soon-to-be-acquired publisher certainly isn't giving up on the IP anytime soon. Blizzard announced that they'll soon be revealing the future of the Warcraft franchise, kicking off on the 15th with the reveal of Hearthstone's next 3 expansions, at least one of which will be arriving this year. Speaking of expansions, Blizzard will be unveiling the next World of Warcraft expansion on April 19th, sure to be a high-stakes reveal, given that the last 3 expansions really haven't done the franchise any favors, especially in the storytelling and lore department. With the rampant growth of MMO alternatives like Final Fantasy XIV, Lost Ark, and Destiny 2, the competition in the MMO genre has never been more fierce, and many are looking for the next expansion to bring WoW back to center stage. Let's hope that Blizzard have an ace or two up their sleeve. Finally, the long-promised Warcraft mobile
I told you guys,
will be revealed in...
all we need is a healthy competition, and WoW is no more. At least for now, because they're actually capable of doing something, but they've been lazing around. So, hell yeah.
May. This has been teased by Blizzard many times as it sought to appease investors desperate to see Blizzard soaking up those heady mobile dollars. So bankers around the world rejoice. The Warcraft mobile game will be here soon. Not super soon though, to be honest, since it's important to remember that Diablo Immortal has had a crazy long beta test period, basically 2 years, so it's clear that Blizzard are taking their time with their mobile stuff rather than just shoveling it out the door like they did with, say, Warcraft Reforged. Remember that one? Man, that was a fun news cycle. Final piece of Blizzard news relates to the sort of sequel to 2016 Game of the Year, Overwatch. Overwatch 2 continues to be a puzzling enigma, a live service game shipping a box sequel that seems to be offering only minor improvements over the original. The package is about to get a whole lot less mysterious this week since Blizzard have announced that a closed beta for Overwatch 2's PvP game mode will commence in April.
What does it mean by close?
Only, mirroring the days of Overwatch 1's beta, where streamers and pros got to play the game for months while the rest of us looked on jealously, earning the game the nickname Only Watch. You could try your luck
Only Watch
by signing up.
Wait, is this Only Watch because we can only watch? Okay, good one.
Blizzard's website. Good luck, you're gonna need it. While we're on the topic of MMOs, you
it's actually funny.
Guild Wars 2 launched its End of Dragons expansion last week, and dozens of people are playing it.
I'm joking, by the way. I just roast Guild Wars because Austin loves it so much. It's collateral damage in our bants. Sorry, ArenaNet, nothing personal. Anyway, Austin has taken time out of his busy Lost Ark schedule to play the Guild Wars expansion, and since you all seem to love it so much whenever he grabs the mic off me, I thought it'd be the perfect opportunity for another editor's choice. Take it away, Austin.
Alright, this is the last time I get to talk about Guild Wars 2, okay? So let's talk about End of Dragons. Now, odds are, if you're a Guild Wars 2 enjoyer like me, then you've played the expansion. You already know it's good. So I'll spell this out for returning players, or for those who haven't played Guild Wars 2 at all. If you're just starting out and end up catching up with the campaign, you'll find that End of Dragons delivers a pretty satisfying conclusion to this 10-year story arc. But if you choose to use a free level boost and jump straight into the deep end, you're in for a treat, as you'll get to play the most well-produced expansion to date, with awesome set-piece moments, compelling characters with excellent voice acting, and the best music Guild Wars has ever had. More importantly, you'll quickly get access to gliding and get a taste of the genre-leading mounts, which used to be unlocked through the previous expansions, on top of great new additions to the game, like your own utility droid, a personal boat, fishing, a turtle with cannons, and more. All this Metroidvania-style progression will serve to enhance your journey through some of the most
my driver is here.
this
I'll be right
game
back.
has served
You guys
up.
enjoy
From
the
a serene
show.
harbor to a haunting cyberpunk city to a creepy gothic forest. These new maps are packed with fun things to do. Sieging temples, unlocking your new subclass, fishing tournaments, hidden puzzle chests. You're spoiled for choice here. If you're looking for a refreshing MMORPG experience with an emphasis on buildcraft, exploration, and spectacular open-world events without a gear treadmill nor a subscription fee, you won't regret jumping into Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons.
By the way, did you guys know that Austin has his own YouTube channel? He's trying to supplant me. Soon I'll be his editor. He's focusing on Guild Wars content at the moment, but he likes to mess around over there, so if you'd like to show him some love, then I left a link below in the description. Make sure you hit the subscribe button when you're there. Hey, you guys remember Star Wars Eclipse? This is that Star Wars action game from unlikely developer Quantic Dream, the team led by David Cage and responsible for games like Detroit Become Human and memes like Press X to Jason. The game debuted at the Game Awards last year with an extremely impressive trailer that told us absolutely nothing about the game. I mean, sure, it looked cool, great vibe, but this was basically just concept art in motion, so you got the feeling that this title was still very early in development. That was true, it turns out, as a number of outlets were able to confirm from their sources that the title wouldn't ship for at least another 3 to 4 years. That's a long wait, but it turns out it may be even longer than that. Reporting from Xfire says they've confirmed the game won't ship until around 2027 or 2028, dates that were eventually backed up by Jeff Grubb of VentureBeat. The delay is apparently due to difficulties in finding staff. Xfire did a deep dive on job listings on their website and have found that a number of senior positions have been open for 2 years or more, while the total number of job openings at Quantic Dream has only increased over time. There could be a lot of reasons for this, but high on that list is certainly Quantic Dream's reputation, since a number of former employees have alleged a toxic and hostile work environment, particularly towards women and minority groups. If this is the reason developers are steering clear of Quantic Dream, then it mirrors a broader industry trend where both Activision Blizzard and Ubisoft have struggled to attract and retain staff after the details of their toxic work environments were made public. It's a serious deterrent for any talented developer to consider when thinking about where to build a career, so while these organizations may be able to escape legal accountability, they can't escape the impact it's having on their talent pipeline. This is a challenge that may soon be affecting Sony, who this week saw a class action lawsuit against them suddenly and dramatically escalate. Sony was already being sued by one former employee named Emma Mayho, alleging a workplace environment that was hostile to women. Sony tried to dismiss her case, citing a lack of facts, so Mayo's lawyers responded with statements from 7 former Sony employees and 1 current employee, all of whom back up Mayo's accusations. Quote, "The women describe a range of behaviors across multiple US-based PlayStation offices, including demeaning comments, unwelcome advances, a lack of attention paid to their work or ideas, and, most frequently, a sense that it was harder for women to be promoted in the company," end quote. The statements would detail specific examples, such as an employee calibration session where only 4 women were considered for leadership positions compared to some 70 men, and that women's family lives were brought into those conversations in a way that they weren't for men. While these issues are most typified by the extreme examples at Ubisoft and Activision Blizzard, this Sony case is a reminder that these issues are far more widespread than that. Phil Spencer of Microsoft has been very open about the sort of cultural journey that Xbox has gone on over the years as it strives for a more inclusive culture, as has Bungie, who readily admitted that they made plenty of mistakes in the past. This is an industry-wide challenge, and the results of this court case will surely be watched closely since Sony is such a load-bearing pillar of the industry. We'll get more information on this next month when the next hearing is scheduled. The news of this lawsuit certainly took the excitement out of this week's State of Play, where Sony showed off mainly third-party offerings, but with a smattering of first-party stuff as well. On the third-party front, Square Enix took the lead with the reveal of a new Valkyrie game titled Valkyrie Elysium, and something called Dio...
Wait, there's a franchise called Valkyrie? Valkyrie game. Oh. I never know. What? I'm not joking. I actually never heard of this. I thought this is some kind of like a Final Fantasy spin-off. I swear. I mean, look at this. You tell me if this does not look like a Final Fantasy spin-off. I mean, come on. Oh, okay. It's not even helping that one of their first releases on PSP. Not even on PlayStation. Later on, it was ported to PlayStation, but the original for PSP. That makes sense. Well, I never heard of it.
Field Chronicle, which, to be honest, looks pretty great. Got some very strong Fire Emblem vibes from this one. Along with their remakes of classic tactics titles and their recent Triangle strategy, it's clear that Square are leading a tactics renaissance that will surely, at some point, culminate in the reveal of a Final Fantasy Tactics remake. One day, it'll happen, surely.
Final Fantasy Tactics,
Bandai
amazing
Namco
game.
showed off JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R, which is a remake of a 2014 game with basically the same name, just no R. I'm not a JoJo fan, but fans have gone absolutely nuts to see this, so that's great. We also got an update on that Gundam Hero Shooter, which it turns out is actually free to play. It's a 6v6 PvP game. It's going to hit sometime this year, but no specific date on that one yet. One of the best reveals was for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Edition, which ships later this year and brings together 13 of the classic 8 and 16-bit Turtle games, including the ones that came out in Japan. Turtle games were the shit when I was growing up. Playing co-op with my brothers, whoever dies gets off. Classic rule sets for classic games. Love it. The best news of the show was that Capcom has finally responded to our years and years of begging for a Dino Crisis remake or sequel, and though the wait was long, I can confirm that this is absolutely a Capcom game with dinosaurs in it, and Regina, but it's absolutely not a Dino Crisis game. Watch this.
Satch. I don't know if we ever gonna get a Dino Crisis remake or sequel. It's a good game, but I don't think there's a market for it right now. I'm gonna be honest.
This is Exoprimal, and it's pretty much the craziest shit I've seen from a AAA studio in a long time.
True.
It basically asks, what if we combined Anthem and Earth Defense Force and then added dinosaurs? The result is really something. A lot of people think this looks shit, but I think it looks fucking cool. I mean, it could be shit, don't get me wrong, but you're basically Reinhardt shielding a flood of dinosaurs while your squad mates mow them down with War Machine miniguns and rockets. This looks so stupid that it just might work. It's out next year, no specific date. The only real first-party Sony reveal was for Returnal Ascension, a very cool and very free update to the game that adds a whole bunch of stuff. First up, co-op. Hell yes! This is a bullet hell shooter that was crying out for some co-op love. But a feature like that, I would have thought they'd saved it for a sequel or paid DLC at least, but nope, you can play through the entirety of Returnal co-op without having to purchase any sort of update. That's not all though. The update also adds
giving Warhammer 2 vibe with all the blue dinos.
Where you continue to climb for as long and as high as you can until you are eventually worn down. There are no rewards per se other than leaderboard bragging rights, but this mode does have new narrative attached to it, so it's going to be worth playing through at least once if you found yourself hooked on Atropos the way I was. There were two other
I wish I
pieces
could
of
play
Sony
that
news
game.
this week. The first was about a God of War TV show. While filming for The Last of Us has
Oh,
now
yeah.
wrapped, it was inevitable that Sony would look to what's next as it expands its major IPs into other mediums. Deadline is reporting that negotiations are currently underway between Sony and Amazon Prime Video, where The Expanse's creators and producers are attached. That is awesome news because I'm watching The Expanse for the first time right now and it fucking rules. So if these people are going to be in charge of God of War, then I'm okay with that. Still, it is hard to imagine how they top what God of War 2018 was, as much a cinematic achievement as it was a video game. Big shoes to fill for both its sequel due out at the end of this year and this TV show.
I've been hearing a lot about
The
Expanse.
final piece of Sony news comes courtesy of Jeff Grubb, who claims to have the inside track on the upcoming response to Xbox Game Pass. Currently codenamed Spartacus, the subscription service was revealed by Bloomberg last year, and while there's still no official confirmation
PlayStation
of it,
Game
it's a fairly
Pass?
open secret at this point that something's on the way. Grubb says he got hold of more detailed information relating to tiers and pricing, and it's pretty juicy stuff. If reporting is accurate, you can expect 3 tiers: Essential, Extra, and Premium. Essential is just PS Plus as it exists.
Please let this be the bridge for a lot of PlayStation game to come on PC. Please, I just want to play Bloodborne!
Now, online play access, as well as a few free games. That'll run you for $10 a month. The extra tier gives you all that plus access to a game catalog, which is similar to what Game Pass provides, and Sony will charge $13 for that. The premium tier caps out at $16 a month and will include game streaming, so PS Now basically, as well as a selection of classic games and game trials, all features that Game Pass currently offer, but it will be nice to have Sony's extensive first-party lineup accessible through these means. This new service is sure to be fairly disruptive, since it's the first major Game Pass competitor to hit the scene, surely intensifying the war for day one exclusive content. I certainly expect to see more than a few third-party day one exclusives, but Sony have been pretty clear that they aren't interested in putting God of War Ragnarok on there as a day one offering, the same way that Microsoft do with their first-party titles. No specific release date on Spartacus.
That's kind of weird,
hit sometime this
but
year.
whatever.
Speaking of new services, Amazon's Luna has officially released in the US. If you haven't heard of this one, you're not alone, because basically no one has heard of this one.
Amazon Luna. Guys, I play games on Amazon Luna.
This is Amazon's answer to Google's wildly successful Stadia, where you can stream games from the cloud without relying on local hardware. Amazon are taking a very different approach to the business model on this one though, relying on subscriptions to specific channels that have a range of content, like you can subscribe to the Ubisoft channel or the Retro Games channel, etc. It's an interesting idea, not sure how it'll play out, but it's got to be a hell of a lot better than being asked to pay $60
I don't know about that,
per game, which is the shit Stadia tried to pull, and we all know how that went down. Like I said, wildly successful. If you're in the US and you're interested, you can visit Amazon's Luna website to try it out for yourself. Sadly, the Russian invasion of Ukraine continues, and it's been genuinely surprising to see the degree to which companies, video game companies in particular, have been stepping up to show solidarity and support of the Ukrainian people. Earlier this week, the Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine put out an open letter addressed directly to video games companies, calling for them to withdraw from Russia. Quote, "I appeal to temporarily block all Russian and Belarusian accounts, temporarily stop the participation of all Russian and Belarusian teams and gamers in all
What is Belarusian?
sports events, and cancel all
Is
international
that like
events holding
is that
on
like a
territory
country,
of Russia and
Belarus?
Belarus," end quote. It was a rallying cry that few publishers dared ignore. Activision Blizzard, Ubisoft, Epic Games, Riot, EA, Rockstar, Nvidia, Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo all responded in their own ways, with most of them halting the sale of any new products or in-game items, and some of them even going as far as to block access to services altogether. You may wonder why the
Interesting.
Ukrainian government would agitate for action in the world of video games of all places, but the truth is, man, if you take away people's video games, it not only pisses them off, but it gives them a lot of free time to do other stuff. And that is a group of people who are very online, very tech savvy, and very well versed in communication and culture. Hell, memes are a powerful political tool in the 21st century.
True.
And if you haven't looked at the way that online gamer culture has come to influence the political process all around the world, then you should look into that, because it's not a small amount of influence. It sucks that the Russian people are forced to suffer due to the actions of Putin, but hopefully actions like this create enough pressure on him to alter his course, saving Ukrainian lives and sovereignty. Okay, that was a serious block, so let's finish on something a little more lighthearted. Australia's rating board. It's still an international laughingstock, because this week, RimWorld was banned. Okay, RimWorld has been on sale here for PC since 2013, and we never had a problem.
Why?
The game is about to get a console release, which means that it has to be reviewed again by our ratings board. They demanded a ratings classification, citing the same obscure bullshit they always do, that the game would, quote, offend against the standards of morality, decency, and propriety generally accepted by reasonable adults, end quote. Reasonable. Who are these adults? The Amish? We actually don't have any of them here, so probably not. We don't know exactly why the game was banned, but it's usually because of drug use, where any banned narcotic that gives you a positive benefit in-game is essentially grounds for getting your game banned in Australia. There was hope that this wouldn't affect the availability of the PC version, since Disco Elysium was banned in a similar way, but its PC version stayed...
Oh, dude, banning Disco Elysium is so dumb. It's so dumb. Dude, game's such a good game. I know it has some very serious, very fucked up topic in the game, but oh my god.
Up on the Steam store.
Australia,
Alas,
what the
that
fuck?
wasn't the case. RimWorld has disappeared from Steam, and there is no word on if or when it might return. What a terrible week for Australia. Floods, Warnie, and now this. Rest in peace, Warnie. We all miss you, mate. So, what got announced or delayed this week? Well, outside all the stuff we got in the State of Play, there are actually quite a few announcements and delays this week. First up is Dolmen, which got a release date of March 20th, arriving on
I'm
all
excited for this
platforms
game.
but the Switch. I've had my eye on this one for a while now, since I'm a bit of a sucker for sci-fi takes on the Souls-like formula. This one feels closer to Remnant from the Ashes than the Surge though, as it seems to balance both ranged and melee combat in a way that the Surge sure didn't. Definitely a AA offering from the presentation side of things, but hey, so was Remnant, and that totally ruled. I'm looking forward to this one.
I'm
Lost
actually
Judgment
excited
is
for
getting
that.
some DLC. It's called the Kaito Files, and you play as Yagami's sidekick Kaito in an all-new spin-off adventure. Now, I know most Judgment fans have absolutely no interest in hearing my take on this, but I, for one, welcome this news, because Yagami was the most boring video game protagonist since Ethan Winters, and Kaito was cool.
What the fuck?
This dude has more personality in a single floral shirt than Yagami had over 50 hours of drawn-out dialogue.
I haven't
So,
played
yeah,
this game because it's
this
a
could be
PS4
cool. It's out very
exclusive.
soon, March 28th to be precise. Resident Evil Village was the first next-gen compatible Resident Evil game, and it did very well for itself. So Capcom are looking to bring some of the series' recent entries into the next-gen era. This week, Capcom announced that Resident Evil 2 and 3 Remake
next-gen, never mind.
and Resident Evil 7 are all getting next-gen versions. All versions will be getting new features such as ray tracing, improved frame rates, and 3D audio, while the PS5 versions will be getting support for haptic feedback and adaptive triggers. Best of all, the update is free to everyone who already owns the game on a PS4.
Nice.
Because of course it would be. I mean, what publisher would try to charge people for a minor next-gen facelift? Who would do that? Rockstar Games would do that, and that's exactly what they did this week, where they confirmed the next-gen update for GTA 5 would not be free, and would instead require you to repurchase the game. There is a discount running for the first 3 months of launch that discounts the game by 50%, but after that, you're paying full price, baby. Absolutely no surprises there, since that's how Rockstar
man.
and their publisher Take-Two do. The update is out next week on the 15th.
Take-Two,
Expect it to be
you
the
guys are
number one
so
selling
funny.
game in all territories for the month of March, probably every month for the rest of the year, except for when the new Pokemon game comes out. We got an official release date for Gotham Knights this week, October 25th. This news comes courtesy of a tweet
Cool.
with little other fanfare attached.
No
This
hype
is
for this
welcome
one,
news, since
I'm
there
gonna be
were so many
honest.
rumblings that this one may have slipped into 2023.
But I'm excited.
Alongside Rocksteady's Suicide Squad, which is apparently sliding into next year. Gotham Knights is a co-op brawler that I think looks pretty rad, but I know a few people are a little skittish on this one, since its debut had everyone worried that this was a live service. It is not, and the game can be played offline, so yeah, it's just a good old-fashioned
Cool.
video game, and I'm always down for that. The two delay announcements for this week are both fairly surprising. The first comes from Square Enix, who this week announced that their upcoming open-world spell slinger Forspoken has been delayed to October 25th.
No one
The title was
care.
initially meant to ship in May, but the team have said they needed more time to polish the game. This one makes a lot of sense, actually. The recent preview build we all saw was hella unoptimized, so much so that I was like, you guys sure you want to be showing this? Hopefully the extra dev time gives the developer space to iron out all the kinks, because after Marvel's Avengers and Babylon's Fall, Square Enix needs a big win.
Wait, is
from
this
a game
another
that
Square
doesn't have
Enix
the words
game?
Final
Oh my
Fantasy
God.
or 14 in the title. The last delay comes from
Okay.
Nintendo. Taking to Twitter yesterday, Nintendo said, quote, "In light of recent world events, we have made the decision to delay Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp, which was originally scheduled to release on Nintendo
okay.
Switch on the 8th
Understandable.
of April. Please stay tuned for updates on a new release date,"
guess.
end quote. Obviously, they're referring to the invasion of Ukraine, and that might seem a little bit weird at first until you learn that one of the factions in the game is basically based on Russia.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean,
Olaf.
it kind of looks odd at first, but then when you dig a little deeper, you're like, right. okay,
Yeah.
so,
It's a little bit
no new
awkward.
date yet. That'll be out sometime later this year, maybe, probably. maybe. So
Unfortunate.
what came out last week? Well, a whole lot, that's what. Kicking things off was Elix 2, which arrived on all platforms but the Switch. This one seems to have landed just about the same way the first one did, which is to say that it's pretty rough around the edges, but if it clicks with you, you're likely to look past those shortcomings and have a good time. The game is currently sitting at a mostly positive 76% on Steam, and critics were broadly in line with that since it currently sits at a nice 69 on OpenCritic. Some of the reviews here are pretty savage though. Jordan Garcia of Well Played scored it a 3 out of 10, saying, quote, "The saying that everything deserves a second chance should not have applied to Elix. Elix 2 takes so many steps backwards from an already poor game, it's astounding. Its writing, optimization, combat, and game systems all stand as a new benchmark on what to not do," end quote. While IGN scored it a 4 out of 10, with an only slightly less spicy strapline reading, quote, "Most evident in its clunky, annoying combat system, Elix 2 is living in a janky Euro RPG past that its closest peers have nearly all transcended by now," end quote. Oof. Gotta wonder if Elix 3 is in the works after that sort of reception. Shadow Warrior 3 hit all platforms but the Switch last week as well, and it too met...
I feel like, in my opinion, Elix 2, as much as they're trying to maximize the RPG aspect of the game, they really need to hire more on the visual side. No, I'm gonna be honest. It looks playable, especially if you're a big fan of RPG, but I don't know if I like. I like Fallout. Yeah, right. I like fucking. This is just. I don't know, man. They really need to up with the visual for real. It's really outdated.
3 hit all platforms but the Switch last week as well, and it too met a very mixed reception, though it didn't seem to elicit the same vitriol that Elix 2 did. It currently sits at a mixed 60% positive on Steam, not a great result, while OpenCritic has it at a fair 73. Reviews point to a 5-hour romp that doesn't wear out its welcome, where a longer playtime might have made its repetitive gameplay and humor a little less tolerable. Game Informer scored it a 7, saying, quote, "When most major releases these days are 100-hour juggernauts," I don't know about that, by the way, "Shadow Warrior 3's 5-hour playthrough is a nice alternative and it's worth a look. Just be prepared to groan frequently and be oddly amused by those groans," end quote. Alrighty, Babylon's Fall. Whoa, man. Okay, so, yeah, this happened, I guess. What started as a promising single-player character action game from industry darling Platinum Games has become one of the most dramatic belly flops since Balan Wonderworld, another Square Enix game that was released around the same time last year.
Square Enix.
Man, Square really need to steer clear of quarter one. Babylon's Fall isn't just bad, it's like top 10 worst games of 2022 bad. I mean, you just know it's going to be on every one of those lists at the end of the year. The title currently sits at a mixed 49% on Steam and a weak source 44 on OpenCritic. Like most awful games, the reviews for this one have produced some absolutely banging zingers, like Game Central, who scored it a 2 out of 10, saying, quote, "Not only the worst game Platinum has ever made, but one of the worst live service titles of any kind, with an especially disgusting attitude towards microtransactions," end quote. Or The Gamer's Take, who scored the game 1 out of 5 stars, saying, quote, "Babylon's Fall is a poor attempt at a cash grab that doesn't even get that right. No one is going to want to spend money on it," end quote. That is a highly accurate quote, because this game, and I couldn't believe it when I confirmed it, is a full price game. I really did not think that was going to be the case. I thought it would at least be a discounted title, but nope. They are asking 100 Australian dollars for this half-baked
100
transaction stuff.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Game. Square Enix are desperate to break into the live service market, but this game peaked at around 1,100 players on Steam, so those live service streams are going to have to wait a little while longer. To be fair though, 1,100 people is just over half the size of the current Battlefield 2042 audience, so maybe they have a shot after all. Damn, man. Even I feel bad for Battlefield after making that joke. Let's move on. As though to make up for Babylon's fail, Square Enix also released Nintendo Switch exclusive Triangle Strategy last week, and this one has delighted...
That's more than elbowing.
Eurogamer recommended this one, saying, quote, "Despite moving slowly in both its story and in combat, Triangle Strategy ultimately rewards your patience," end quote. While Shack News scored it an 8, saying, quote, "If nothing else, Triangle Strategy shows that Square Enix has some fire in its turn-based tactical engine."
Square Enix definitely have some good shit on turn-based games.
Better, end quote. quote. Biggest release of the week was Sony's flagship racing title Gran Turismo 7, which it appears has had a resounding return to form in this latest installment. After years of the Forza series taking top honors, Polyphony got their mojo back and delivered a career-based racing experience that harkens back to the glory days of Gran Turismo 2 and 3, where the series rode high as the preeminent driving simulator. Critics are thrilled with the game, scoring it a mighty 87 on OpenCritic. IGN's racing expert Luke Riley scored the game a 9.
Not surprised, though.
Quote, mixing the original Gran Turismo's trend-setting format with GT Sport's stern but successful focus on competitive online racing, Gran Turismo 7 makes a few errors but is a potent podium performance from director Polyphony Digital. Man, that's a lot of P's. Anyway, Polygon also put it nicely when they said, quote, aging gracefully, Polyphony's racing series has never seemed more like itself, end quote. There are some concerns out there about the in-game economy and the attached microtransactions, which can be very pricey if you are straight up buying high-end cars instead of earning the credits for them. But outside of that, everyone is agreed that Gran Turismo is back, and with a robust roadmap of future updates and content, it looks like it won't be going anywhere anytime soon. So what's coming out this week? Well, it's a quiet one as we await a few heavy hitters arriving later this month. This week, the highlight seems to be the Assassin's Creed Valhalla Dawn of Ragnarok expansion, which hit all platforms on the 10th. Reviews for this one are already out, and the general consensus seems to be that it's more Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It's a 20 to 30 hour spin-off tale that puts you in the shoes of Odin and gives you a bunch of new mythical weapons and attacks, most notably the ability to siphon the power of your foes. But even with all this finery, the core of the experience remains much the same. If 200 hours of Valhalla wasn't enough for you, for some reason, and you wanted more of it, then this is for you, but this doesn't appear to be an experience designed for anyone already burned out on what Valhalla was offering. That cute Final Fantasy themed Mario Kart game is releasing this week as well. It's called Chocobo GP, and it's exclusive to the Nintendo Switch.
Oh, this is a
Everyone's
remake.
Expecting big things from this one, but hopefully it's good for a laugh or two while you wait for your duty roulette keys to pop when you queue DPS. Only other release for the week is a WWE game. WWE 2K22 to be precise. This one is hitting all platforms but the Switch today. Reviews for this one are already out, and it appears to be a perfectly fine wrestling game. That is literally all I know, because I do not follow wrestling, because wrestling is weird. Put this on your radar.
Wait, what? Why? Whoa, what is this? Whoa, what is this?
Okay, so this is a true story, but I actually chose this game for this segment a while back because I think it looks great. It's called Submerged Hidden Depths. It's from an Australian studio. It's about exploring the remains of a civilization now largely underwater, and it hits very different this week when I, an Australian, am literally swimming around in my own office. Unfortunate happenstance aside, Submerged Hidden Depths ticks a lot of boxes for me, since I really enjoy exploration-focused experiences like Journey or Sailor, where the point of the game isn't combat or RPG or loot, but just the simple joy of seeing new things. Submerged Hidden Depths is actually a sequel to the well-received Submerged, which released back in 2015. The sequel was supposed to be a Stadia exclusive.
Never heard of it.
Now, not so much, since Stadia is pretty much finished, which I guess means that they've released these studios from these exclusive agreements. The Australian dev scene is small, and making a game for a platform in its death throes would have been a touch nerve-wracking, so it'd be great if you guys could check this one out. I've left a link to the Steam page below, but it's also hitting every platform but the Switch.
I'm down.
It's out today.
Okay,
This
it's not
week
in
I'm
the
taking
panel
the
though.
unusual
Okay.
step of combining both our sort of free stuff and our feel-good story of the week, because I think the circumstances call for it. While video game companies are closing up shop in Russia to show solidarity with the people of Ukraine, some of them are also doing what they can to fundraise some cash. Enter the itch.io bundle for Ukraine, which kind of needs to be seen to be believed. This thing has 992 games, each of them donated by the people who made them. If you were to buy each of these games separately, it would equate to roughly $6,500 US. Thanks to the generosity of these developers and publishers, you can get all these games for as little as $10 US. You can donate more if you'd like, and every single dollar you pay will go to support the people of Ukraine through both the International Medical Corps and an organization called Voices of Children, an important organization that helps children recover from the effects of war. This bundle has some absolute bangers in it. Stuff like Backbone, Crosscode, Superhot, Bubba Is You,
Let me link it in the
Celeste,
chat.
Minute, and so much more. All of these games are
This
DRM
bundle-
free, by the way, so you have them forever. They're yours.
Go crazy,
It's
chat.
An
Go
incredible
crazy.
bundle, the likes of which I've never seen before. So dig deep if you can afford it. It's going to an extremely worthwhile cause, and you get yourself nearly 1,000 games for doing so. Not bad at all. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the show all wrapped. The recovery effort continues here and I expect my office will be out of action for a few weeks, but the content is going to keep on coming. The Destiny review is definitely out next week now that I've done the raid, and there's still plenty more to look forward to, like Stranger of Paradise and Tiny Tina and Ghostwire Tokyo. I may be a little late on all of those owing to the troubles, but we'll still get there in the end. If you want to show your boy some love, then 1 like equals 1 bucket of water bailed out of my office, and 1 click of the subscribe button is, I don't know, like some new socks or something, because my feet are really cold. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you next week.
Shit. Dude, I didn't know about the fucking flood in Australia. That looks really bad. Goddamn. This flood is nothing new for me though. Yeah. Kinda grew up with it. Not gonna lie. Indonesia and flood. That's like bread and butter, basically. Fuck. Count on me. Never count on me. Alright. I think it's gaming time, chat. I think it is. We don't have anything else to recap. To be fair, we kind of recap a lot of things yesterday. Anyway, so... Yeah. Oh, fuck. Okay. Give me a sec, chat. Let me just do this real quick. My head. Everything that I said. Jesus. My throat. Blah. Never count on. I am Melania, Blade of Michaela. It's time to lose my mind. I'm actually thinking about going around first rather than fighting on Michaela. I mean, Melania, because I feel like my character is very underleveled. Not gonna lie. Like she can kill me in 3 hits, and I don't think that's. I don't think that's. Yeah. It's fine, but her fucking flurry attack basically instant kill me. So I don't know if that's like a good thing or a bad thing. So I don't know if yeah. I'm thinking about going around first, the area, see what's up. See if we can find something extra. But we'll see, I guess. Also, refresh the stream. Refresh the stream. Lelelel. Wait, lelel. Because we dropped a couple frames earlier. Not that much, but there should be a delay here and there if you care about it. Thank you. Oh, music. Elden Ring, SK would say. No. Okay. What's up, Jenny? How you doing? Hello, hello. Never count on me. Yeah, let's go around first. I'm not gonna go too crazy with Melania. She fucks me up. I want to try it first though. Fuck. No spoiler for me, so I get to lurk. Have fun with Elbroin. Alright, Lucas. Appreciate it anyway. Thank you. Just writing a birthday note for a friend. Can you give me a random heartfelt message to write? A random heartfelt message. Pee pee poo poo wee wee woo woo. Hope your day is not doo doo. Happy birthday. Dude, I don't know, man. I'm bad at it. Heart is not filled. Congratulations on winning your first victory royale against other sperms people Topolo. Nice. Okay. Why are we like this, chat? Ah! Dude, what is a stutter? Oh my fucking god. Oh! Okay. The fuck? Alright. What? Did he just roll sideways? Ah, man. Wait, that is kind of nice. Yeah, you can use that. Pee pee poo poo. Wee wee woo. Where the fuck I am? Oh. Wow, he's asleep. Realistic. Goddamn. I wonder why there's a Stake of America there, though. Is it? What is that? Oh, that's just thingy guys. You can get Nightcap boss? Okay, I guess we can give it a try, sure. Nightcap could be fun sometimes. And the reward are, well, you know, rewarding. Yeah. So we can give it a try. Never count on me. Hold up. Yeah, I know. I fought a couple of them so far. And most of their rewards are pretty fucking nutty. I'm not gonna lie. Kinda nutty. Okay. It should be close to the Stake of Marika, right? Stake of Marika is around here. Killed these guys. I thought they would be close. They're always close by to Okay, that's the convoy that I killed earlier. They're by the convoy. Which one though? Convoy close to Grace? Disgrace? I don't see any convoy. Eh. Or do you mean like a different convoy? Wait till night again. I think it still works. We're still in the nighttime. You mean they didn't spawn? Is that why? Ooh. Immediate left. Right. There, right? Oh, found it. I might as well get the loot. Have I get the loot? Oh. Hey. Oh god. He is aware. Ah! Oh, it's a flail again? I fought the flail one in the Weeping Peninsula. These guys are a bit annoying to fight because of the horse stinging. It's really hard to hit them. Shit. Okay, dude. Magnet jump, Andy. Okay, nice timing. Are they supposed to be like a fucking horse fight? The way they design is very weird. Like they move around too much. Fucking A. Fitta helvete. So annoying. Okay, that should not hit me. Oh, come on, that hits. That's cheeky as fuck. Come on, come here. Ah, okay. Really? Oh shit. Boop. Finish him. Oh, come on. No, you do not. This is fucking annoying. Horse Andy, dude. Look at this pussy. Oh, you're dead. Good night, Sweet Prince. Bro, can you stay fucking still? Oh, fitta helvete. Alright, bro. Is he actually just watching? God damn. Alright. What do you get? What do you give me? Nothing! Is it the cavalry? Oh my god, there's another one. No fucking shot, mate. Are you kidding me? Both of them? Oh, fuck me. Well, at least it's not that hard because I just fought them one by one. Okay, nice timing, bro. What? Okay, why is there a giant there? Alright, follow me, bro. Oh my god, it's a fucking dragon. Okay, thank god. Dude, I don't have enough flask. Shit. Okay, I guess I gotta do this a hard way. Okay, this is actually annoying. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna get fucking stay still! Oh my fucking god. Ooh. This is the only downside about Night Cavalries. Their fucking horse ride fight is so fucking awkward. Look at what is he even trying to do here? It's like acting cool and shit, not attacking. Like he's confused. It's like what to do. Swear to god, if he fucking summoned his horse again. Alright, bro. What is he doing? Huh? Hello? Okay. You know what? I'll take it. I think I broke the AI. Oh. Jesus Christ. Full set? No cap? The Night Cavalry. Helmet's fucking badass. I'll give you that. It's pretty similar to... Oh, the cape. Damn. Not gonna lie. And we got fucking ancient somber smithing stone. Also, what's up, Yua? By the way, sorry, I was focusing on the boss. How's your Elden Ring so far? But I'm already settling on Mr. Thingy, so I'm good with this. I'm already full cosplaying Blythe. It is pretty fucking hefty build though, not gonna lie. You get the mat for plus 25 too? Yeah, exactly. So I'm probably gonna do that later. Alright, let's check out... I'm assuming you already check out this, right? So let's check out this. I will go this. Yua has big laser, but one more slicing magic for stagger. What do you mean by slicing magic? That's blue. Wait, is this Erdtree? Minor Erdtree? Oh shit, we got those fucking lady. There's a teleporter in this area that leads you to another hard boss. What the hell? Excuse me, ma'am. Ah! Alright, I'm out. Don't worry for a hard boss or those optional thing. If I find it, I find it. If I'm not gonna. Not really gonna stress it out. Alright, dungeon time. You just stole it! Yes. What did I steal anyway? What kind of talisman is it? Stalwart Horn Charm. Robustness. What does robustness do? Oh, resistant bloodlust and frost. Okay. I guess that would make sense in this area considering there's so many people that do frostbite damage. So I guess it kind of makes sense. Robustness! Like Tobuscus. Sag. I remember. You guys remember? Tobuscus! Most spells don't stagger as they do melee weapons. I guess because, well, yeah, because balancing issues. I feel like if... Likely out of stamina. I feel like if stamina stagger as much as melee, it'll be overpowered as shit. You know what I mean? Because you can already do long range and then you stagger. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Do not open from this side. Gotcha. Oh! What the fuck? Okay. Someone just dropped something. I heard a loud bang. As loud as when I banged your mom last night. Oh! Ah! Jesus Christ. These guys are really hard to deal with. As a dex build. Freezing Grease. What the fuck happened here? Okay. I hear a lot of electric stuff. Want to stagger Mr. Streamer? I welcome thee. I need to stop taking damage from them. Let's not fight them if I don't have to. Yeah, these guys are annoying as shit. Are they coming here? I'm out. Shit. Shit. Sorry, boys. Peace. Ow. Oh, come on. Come. Alright, boss fight. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, not you! Oh, come on. Oh, this guy's annoying to fight. Wait, what? Okay. Yeah. This guy is just annoying to fight. I wouldn't kill him as fast as possible. I could just like parry him. You know what? Let's start practicing parry for Malenia. I guess we can do that. Alright. Yeah. Looks like you can drop down there. I want to be parry god. Parrying's not really my forte in this game, but a certain boss makes me really have to learn how to parry in this game again. Never really a big fan of parrying in Dark Souls game, but now I have to. I misclick. Oh boy. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh my god. Meteor bitches. No, I misclicked! Motherfucker. Are you? Is he actually gonna spam the fucking... Oh, fuck. Alright, parry frail, parry frail. Go. Okay, it doesn't drop. Alright, at least we opened the shortcut. God damn it! Seems familiar ahead. What is this? Oh no! Are you shitting me? Bro, no! Bro, I am... Oh my god. Really? We're actually fighting him again? Holy Holy shit. How did that hit me? Where's my mimic, by the way? Oh, it got hit. Oh. At least I already know his moveset now, so it's not that hard. It's just annoying to fight him, because his hitbox is all over the place. Damn, dungeon and the mountaintop of the giant have some really fucked up boss fight. Oh my god, one hit. Dude, my FPS! Okay, I fucking hate this boss. Ooh. How is his hands invisible? Oh, it was grabbing. I'm dumb. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh my fucking god. Is it worth it? Nah, it's not worth it. I'm dumb! Oh! Oh my god, this guy is so annoying, dude. Him and his fucking floaty fucking balding skeleton guy. Forgot I take off that shit. Alright, at least now we know. Should be an easy peasy lemon squeezy. Ah shit. Woo! Timing. Where's my shit? There it is. Ah, fuck, I pressed it! Okay, bro! Nice hitbox, bro! Oh my god, my fucking camera. Alright. Oh. Okay. Dumbass. Every time I fight this guy, my FPS always gonna be 40 FPS. God damn it, man. It's so annoying. Fuck. My Mimic is dumb as fuck as well. Come here, let me hit you. You just TP'd earlier, bro! What do you want? Oh, okay, you want to do that. Okay, bro, that doesn't count. Really? I just want to hit his head, bro. Ay, ay, ay. My FPS. No shit. My FPS. Oh, come on! Alright. Where do you go? Oh! God damn it. Dude. I just wanna dodge properly with 60 FPS. Is it so fucking hard? Jesus. Do you guys also get FPS issue on this boss, or is it just because I get GTX 1060? I swear to God, those fucking particle effects from his explosion things. Oh my god. This thing is a fucking FPS killer. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if I want to fight this guy anymore. I'm kind of done. I can barely hit 50. Dodging is super dodgy. Ahaha, good one. Get it? Dodging, dodgy. Yeah. La 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 la. Ooh. Ooh, my camera is all over the place. Oh wait, I'm using the wrong bottle. Are you? Oh, I hit that. 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, it's only 4? Damn, I actually got 0 hits so far. I dodge everything. Jinx! Help! Ah! Dude, my FPS! So annoying! Oh my god, I thought I got hit. Alright, bro. Oh, what? Okay, that's just... He spawns... Bro. This guy's a joke. How am I supposed to dodge that? Is it... I guess I just gotta roll? Yeah. I have no idea. Let's give it a try then. Ooh. Ooh. What? Okay, at least I don't get caught. Yeah, I'm actually just gonna bail out. I'm gonna be honest. This guy's annoying as fuck with the fucking frames. It's not worth my fucking time. Fucking bozo, man. Can I get cover under his thing? I don't think so. Yeah, shit. Oh, fuck! Ah, shit. I'm dead. Yeah. Oh man, this fucking guy, dude. There's something that makes this boss harder than Malenia. That's my fucking frames! Can take his fucking particle effects. Oh my fucking god. Alright. Time to bail. Hold up. Let me replace this too. So it'll be easier for me to access it. Okay. Oh shit. Saved. No! Alright, Mimic, let's go. Dumbass. That's nice hitbox right there. Nice shot, bro. Nice shot. Ugh. Did you just use a fire on him? Ooh. Okay. That's a miracle that I dodged that. Wow. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Oh. Don't you dare do that. Okay, it's not. I thought he was gonna do the fucking grab thingy. What? On the first one? Cheeky cunt. How is that hitting me? Oh my. Alright. Okay, dude. Spamming fucker. Oh my fucking god. Are you done? Oh my. That chat. The AoE is huge, yes, but you can actually roll through all of them with like, actually you just spam it, like bam, bam, bam. The problem is that every time he do the fucking space, like the nebula looking skills, the AoE stuff, it dropped my FPS to 30. Makes it really hard to time it perfectly. It's so frustrating as shit. That's my only problem with this boss right now. Is that it's frustrating as fuck. It's not just trying to kill my character, it's trying to kill my fucking PC! Look at that. Oh my god. I don't know if you guys can see it through stream, but it's really bad. Ah, fuck off. Ooh! Oh, he got my mimic. Wait, what? Oh no, he missed. Dumbass. Yeah, that part. I hit 26 FPS. That's crazy. The whole fucking game, only this boss that managed to tank my PC. And it's kind of understandable, to be fair. Because of the particle effect that the Nebula looking skill. Ah, I dodged it at that time. Oh, I was gonna do the grab. I was gonna do the grab. Yep. I still got fucking grabbed. I'm done. I'm not doing this guy again. I'm done. Last try. I'm done, dude. Oh wait. I don't have the patience to dodge on 20 fucking FPS. No, thank you. No thanks. Yep. Sorry. Whoop. Oh shit! I should probably drink first. Mimic! Dumbass! What is he doing? Oh shit. Jesus, dude. Oh boy. He actually spammed that back to back. I didn't hit anything. Oh, I still get damage even though I'm not getting grabbed? I didn't know that. Mimic, you dumbass! Ah! Uh-huh. Jesus Christ. No. Chance? There's just no way to dodge that. No way you do that 2 times in a row.
Mr. Tropuai has made it back to watch you suck Pico shine.
Thank you. Welcome, Saints. I. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, never mind. It's not that one. Huh? Oh, is he gonna do that? Oh, yeah. Easy. No, he got grabbed! Never mind. I thought we were both safe. Fucking dumbass. Yeah. What even? What? Oh. Oh, I was using the wrong one. Alright, I'm done. I'm just gonna do this. Fuck it. I'm not dealing with this guy anymore. Whoa, what the fuck? This is new. This dude, I mean, I don't know. I guess I cannot really blame the game. I'm playing this game on fucking GTX 1060, so it's like, you know, it's whatever. It's whatever. I get it. My GPU sucks. I get it. I'm out. All right. Get it. You win. Eh. Fuck you. Oh shit, it's Frenzy. Oh no, it's Church of Frenzy. Oh god, there's so many giants. Hello. Don't cry. I'm just here to find the loots. Right, everyone calm down. Not here to hurt anyone. Chill, chill. Alright, rats, come out. Everyone come out. Alright, it's just a stone sword key. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit, that hurts so much. Is there no dungeon? There's gotta be. I don't see it though. How you doing, by the way? Sains, what's up, what's up? Oh my god, what the fuck is that? There's no basement? No way. There's always a basement for this shit. Sorry. I guess there's none. I cannot find it. Alright, moving on. Oh, not you again. What do I do? What do I get if I finish this guy? It's not like I don't want to kill him, but I don't know if I'm gonna get worth it. Oh my god, this dude's fucking sick though. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna come back to him later. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get any good loot from summon bosses like that. Considering most of the time summons doesn't drop anything, it just means that there's something that is controlling that summon. We just don't know where it is. Oh, invader? Looks like we just got invaded. Sanguine Noble. Hello? Good job. Where the fuck are you? Oh, there he is. Oh shit! Time out! That's not what I meant to do! Shit! Fuck! Well, I look like a dumbass now. Hold on! Time out! Alright, let's go. Oh my! Okay. Never mind. I forgot about the bloodlust thing. Redo. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of damage. On. Oh! Okay. That was close. It's probably find a Grace nearby. So it was there, right? There's no Grace nearby though. Shit. Other than getting back here, but it's extra miles. Might as well rather than going back and forth on that lift. I feel like it's a lot better choice, in my opinion. Oh shit. I fully played for like 5 hours and I already got +5 Knight, Flame and Sword. And Knight and Flame Sword with 0 major combat. I feel bad about one-shotting everything. I feel like that's just how the game goes though. It basically rewards you for exploring more. So don't worry about it. You know what I mean? It's fine. Because eventually the game's gonna keep up with you. It's not gonna. You're not gonna one-shot everything forever. You just make the early game a little bit more faster. Essentially. I command thee, kneel. Now where the hell is he though? Where does he get summoned? Oh, hello. You think you're the only one that have the bloodlust shit? No. Me too, actually. Oh shit. Shit. Oh, I know, I'm gonna regret everything later. I mean... Jesus Christ. Sanguine Noble Robe. Cool. What the... Oh, fuck, it's a fucking bear. Yeah, I fought fucking Malenia every time. Not the bear though. Fuck the bear. What is he guarding though? There's nothing here. No way. If there's a bear, there's gonna be something. Nani? Maybe he's sleeping on it? Oh, hello. Oh, shit. Ah! The fuck is going on? I have no idea. What are you guarding, eh? Huh? Is he looking for me? He's guarding this guy. Aww. Okay, that's kind of weird. Oh. Frenzy. Okay, a lot of people getting frenzied around here is because of this. Yellow Ember. Eye of Yellow. Yellow. By the way, Dying Light 2 just had a huge update right after I finish it. How huge? Like, what kind of update is it? Oh! TP. Hi. Oh, Jesus. Why is this TV so bloody? What the fuck? Do I want to go here? I guess we can give it a try. Bloody TP. It looks kind of sketchy. Combat, chase overhauls, difficulty tweaks, ragdoll, physics update. Basically everything you do the most is significantly more satisfying. I mean... unlucky, I guess? What the fuck? Oh my god, I got sent into another underground bullshit. Alright. I wonder if this is what Gar is talking about. Hello? Moshi Mosh. What? Mulguin Palace. Wait, we're in the same area as Sofria. It's just way further than Sofria. What the fuck is this place? Okay. This is like fucking Temple of Olympus, but on fire. And everything. Hidden path ahead. Okay, dude. Vision of boss. Pickle. There's bloods everywhere. Seems like fun. Grace time. What's with the pickle, dog, and head jokes everywhere? Wait, I don't know about the head one. If you're talking about a head, well, it's just like, you know, ah, shit. He just soul sting. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay. What's up, you guys? Alright, River of Blood. Very nice. You little piece of shit. Blood tags. Oh shit. Alright, I'm out of here. Peace. This area cannot get any more edgy than this. Hero runes everywhere. Blood tainted excrement. What the actual fuck is this place? Time for head, still no head. Ah, no one. Oh my god, this dude do summon? Well, ain't that beautiful? they're actually sleeping. $2,000 per guy? I think it's doable. But I think I already picked up everything that we needed. Jesus Christ. Swarm of flies. Interesting. Everything about this area is just disgusting. I like it, Picasso. Time for a head blowjob, bro. BJ. That's it. It's just more of a posture stuff. Wait, am I getting invaded? Okay. Oh my god. Invaded by nameless white mask. Really, bro? Oh, that's good to know. Oh, that's good to know. Oh. Oh, now with this bird as well, man. What the fuck is this fucked up place? Oh boy. I'm gonna have so much fun. Gimme head. Gimme head. Gimme head. Gimme. Alright, you cannot not trigger the fucking bird. I'll just get the fuck out of this area. Alright, never mind. Good to know. Ah! Help! No. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. What is going on with this place? It's basically Caelid but worse. God damn it. Is he actually gonna invade me immediately? Fuck my life, bro. Alright, we can fight here. Where is he? Come here instead. We don't have to deal with the fucking birds. Come here, pussy. Yeah, that's right. Oh, you got the fly stingy. Damn, that shit lasts a while. Oh, you're a spammer. We're doing the same shit. Good one. Didn't even give me good stuff for invading me in the most inconvenient area. Nomadic? Wait, invaded again? Oh, fuck me. Is the bird dumb? Oh my god. I got invaded again? Are you shitting my ass? What are you doing? Go home. Get better. Oh, now I get his outfit. I probably bugged because I didn't get his outfit at first. So the game fucking invaded me one more time. You're in a fun place. I know. I've been enjoying this place. Oh my god. What's up, Vex? How you doing? Bloodstained, faintly grinning white mask, worn by war surgeons who were effectively mercy killers. The Lord of Blood's curse enlivens the wearer when bloodletting occurs. Slightly raise attack power when there is a blood loss nearby. Oh. Wait, that's for me. Bloodlust enjoyer. Of the surgeon that were abducted by the Lord of Blood, none were able to tame the accursed blood. None but Vare, that is, though he was an exception. I think we met him before. I forgot where. Vare, the Vare guy. Interesting. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. I'm not even gonna try with the birds, man. Those guys are not fun to fight. Okay, we got birds everywhere. Good to know, good to know. Birds go down. Let me just get my loot and I'll be out. I swear. Ah! I don't want to fight you guys. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of my life. Am I supposed to go here? I have no idea. I want to go home. I don't think I'm supposed to go here. You're doing good, made a low-level somber build and been help low-level people all day. Hell yeah! Get shit, bruh, get shit. Alright, I think this is a dead end. I don't see any continuation on that area. Oh, this fucker. Okay. This dude is broke. Not as pro as me. Get the fuck out of here. So these are the same guys that we saw on the top of the the Nokron. So I'm assuming these guys are Nokron civilians, but they're all drenched in blood. And according to the fucking description of inventory, oh my fucking god, are you serious? All right, fun. According to the fucking description, the Lord of the Blood, which I think is one of the, I forget his name, but it's definitely the same tier as, you know. Oh, another invader, bro, please. Let me find a grace. I got 78k. Let me find a grace first. Alright, there it is. Jesus Christ, man. The Mutant Ninja Turtle people have seen better days. True. Oh, shit. I wonder what the fuck happened to them though. They look so fucked up. You know what I mean? Unless that's how they actually look like, right? I don't know, man. Because I thought Nokron people were supposed to be like fucking human. But maybe not. Alright. Oh, wait, it's its own land. It's very small. Came down here, we went to the left, we go here, we pick up the loot here. Okay. This area is pretty small. The fuck? So the only reason I cannot use my horse here because I'm supposed to be fighting a boss soon. Roger that. Their blood is altered dye, they bleed white or something weird, so maybe they try to make themselves stronger and it went wrong. I guess so. Like this guy's. The fuck? Why did I deal so much damage? Oh! Wow. Bleed buff. Alright. They don't seem to attack you. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. Nothing here. Ooh, there's so many of them. Alright, this is a fun place. Jesus, man. You're not wrong, Vex. You're not wrong. This guy. Alright, man. No. Can I even stagger this fuckers? I don't think so. Oh, I can. What the fuck? Only some do, true. Like that one. So it seems like a very satanic altar going on in this bitch. Right? Whatever the fuck is going on here is some fucked up shit. For sure. Lord of Blood. We heard that from Gideon as well. So I'm assuming we're about to fight him. But I have no trace of whatever his connection with the rest of the Elden Lords or people who get the Shatterings. So I guess we're about to find out. Okay. It's those kind of place, huh? Oh, those fucker. Na, na, na. Ooh, what the fuck? Oh, I'm dead. What the fuck is that mantra, bro? It's kind of dope. I kind of want that. This place feels like home for me. Everyone have the same ability as me. Blood loss. My French. Oh, there's gotta be some fucker. Lord's Rune. I bet it's probably 50k or some shit. Ah, shit. Oh my fucking god, there's so many of them. Wait, so Vax, you've finished this game? You beat the story so far? What do you think about the game so far? Just first playthrough wise, in your opinion. Considering the way you told me that you make a somber build, I'm assuming you're already pretty familiar with Dark Souls or Soulsborne in general. I destroyed a whole convoy, got instant 18k runes, and I died to a dog. You cannot underestimate dog in this game. Dogs are like one of the annoying shit. They might not be painful. They might not be doing a lot of damage, but their combo is a little bit annoying. So you want to be careful with that. I probably missed some stuff there. Oh shit. Well guarded stuff. That's a lot of people. Whose statue is that? Huh. Whoever is that, I'm assuming that's the guy that they're all praising. Alright. I'm gonna chill with them later. Oh, we're going up? I thought we were going down. Okay. Oh, there's a chest though. Okay, let's go down real quick. Oh, that's definitely a boss fight. Alright, give me a sec. There's a chest though. I love the game, I just hope they fix the glitch incantation and Erdtree shield sooner than later. Which glitch incantation? You talking about? Hi guys, just joining. Oops. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Let me just stick my fucking oh god. Alright, I'm out. Sorry for bothering. Peace out, adios. Gooba. Oh, come on, really? Whoa! Okay. I see how it is. Alright, we got 30k. Shit. Okay. Only 60k to level up. I think might as well level up real quick. Then we'll fight him. Fire's Deadly Sin. It adds whatever weapon buff you apply and adds it to the AoE fire of yourself. Oh! Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. That actually went viral for a bit. Since everyone's talking about it and posting on Twitter like, From Software, what the fuck? I'm like, oh shit, yeah, this is just fucking dog shit. It is definitely one of the annoying one that I've seen. How much do we need? I think one more of that. $89.93. 1738. Hey, what's up, Kay? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Alright. So it looks like we gotta get a lot of blood loss going on in this shit. Blood loss time. I should probably upgrade my weapon, shouldn't I? Considering I already have this bad boys. How much is my weapon? Plus 20. I'm pretty sure I can upgrade it to at least 21 or 22 with the Ancient Dragon. I have 3 of them. It's 11 to 200. God damn. You can add Blood Flame to your weapon, turn Fire's Deadly Sin on, and have an Earth Tree shield and spam its ability. I drop 30k on the boss you're about to go fight before the swell wore off. Oh, the spell. 30k? What the fuck? I don't think I haven't even half the fucking Earth Tree shield. I don't think so. I don't get a lot of shield in this game. Like, this is all there is. So yeah. But yeah, that was basically broken. Oh shit, cutscene. A special boss. That's a cocoon and some one inside it. You know, From Softwares make really good cutscene in their gameplay. Considering most of their cutscene are not CGI, but gameplay, the quality of the cutscene are really, really good. For their engine, you know what I mean? Like, it's not the most high quality fidelity like The Last of Us graphics, but for what it is, they know what they're doing. Especially on the animation department.
Dearest Miquella.
Wait, that's Miquella? Or Miquella?
You must abide alone a while.
What?
Welcome, honored guest, to the birthplace of our dynasty.
Dynasty. Spelling, bro. Mog. Lord. Oh, this is the guy that Gideon's talking about. Alright, let's see what you got. Alright. Blood and fire. Big side swipe. Okay, you want to roll forward, I think. With those shit. Alright. Ooh. Dope animation. You can call this fight a bloody mess. Good one, man. Oh my god.
Oh. Is mine and mine alone.
Okay, the pool of blood that he splatter staggers you because of the fire. Oh shit. That's gonna make dodging a little bit harder. The stagger's gonna cancel your animation. Fuck. I hate those kind of thing. Yup. Let's try to parry him. Wow, he actually gonna fucking spam this? Okay. I tried. Alright. Go on. Alright. Oh, what the fuck is that? Okay, that's dope though. What the fuck? That's a cool claw animation. Shit! Okay, you do not wanna... Oh, okay. It's either a side thingy. What the fuck? Okay, this dude's not worth to parry. I don't think I can just do dual hand on this guy. Ooh. Shit.
Thrice.
Who? Oh, I got buffed. I'm not sure what that means. It says 3 in Spanish. Right? Am I wrong? Shit. It said tres. I think, unless I misheard it. Ay, fita. What kind of buff am I getting right now? Okay. Oh, you don't want to get close to that. Okay, this dude just spammed the fucking pool of blood. I press roll. Shit. duo. Oh yeah, 3, 2, 1. So there's something that he's gonna do on the last second or the last attack. I'm probably gonna explode and get sudden blood loss or some shit like that.
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
Tres, duo, uno. I'm assuming. So you get like some kind of like, oh shit, you're under a clutch right now. Better get ready when it happened, kind of thing. Kind of cool. Gotta be honest, your weapon is probably the weakest I've seen from any streamer. Yeah, but it's cool. Twin Blade is not the most effective weapon, not gonna lie. But I am dedicated to beat the game with this weapon. Because it looks cool. If I want, I can just pick a katana and beat the game faster. But I played Dark Souls 3 with katana the most. So I don't want to, you know, I want to add variety to it. Fat. Oh, that is wide attack. Ah, shit.
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
Okay. It's double blade. A fast weapon like daggers, it's meant for stats effects, honestly. I would say there's a lot better weapons to do like stats effect. For example, claw weapons, I would say, is a lot better than the twin blade. At least in my opinion. Like this bad boy. Faster attack. And all that shit. But I was actually using this on my first level up to until level 20. And I found the twin blade. I was like, it's sexy, man. I don't know. I love twin blade. It's just fucking sexy. I know it's not the most efficient. Like, if I want to, I can like do a fucking long sword with a shield build. But I've been doing that since Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. Katana build. I also did that a lot as well in Dark Souls 3. I just want to do a little bit of variation in Elden Ring. It makes the games a little bit unnecessarily annoyingly hard, but it's whatever. It's not impossible. Dude, your fucking pool of blood bullshit is edgy as shit.
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
What happened when you have a dual blade in each hand? Someone actually suggested me that, but the only variation is the L1 button. Let me show you. It was aight, but I feel like it doesn't add enough variety to it. Considering I do use the dual blade, dual hand, sorry. So the R1 and R2 is the same as one-handing it, but L1 is gonna be like this. So it's like actually dual-handing the one hand. Yeah, with only 3 animation, and then repeat, and then maybe the jumping attack. Oh wait. Oh wait, wrong one. Which is fancy. But that's about it. I haven't given it a try. I could, but I don't know. I'm going to run up here and tell you what build worked best. I mean, based on 70 hours in so far, I know which weapon is like pretty fucking OP in this game. Oh, Jesus. We're probably gonna experiment with more weapons on the next character, not on this one. I'm planning to defeat the game on a twin blade. Dress. Alright. Oh fuck, there's a third attack, are you shitting me? Alright. Fuck. No, 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 no! Ah! Woohoo! Almost died. I'm dead. Holy shit. Get over here. Ah, I didn't press circle enough. Sometimes my dodge does not register in this game. I don't know why. I keep forgetting there's a third attack. Okay, bro. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god, there's a bot. Duo. Hold up, I'm gonna ban him in a bit. Ah, too early. Fuck. God damn it. I don't think you want your HP to be anything less than 70% with this guy. What? I pressed dodge. Too early. It's on me. Whoa, okay, bro. This guy is like Nameless King. The amount of delayed attack is insane. No. Ah shit. Oh, what happened? Oh, what the f—
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
Okay. Alright. Now we know. No, I'm out of healing. So there's nothing I can do there. I was expecting that actually, but I did not expect him to do that 3 times. Okay, I cannot get too much damage on the first phase then. Never seen it before, was just a course. I have my bleed long sword in my main hand and a crystal rod sword in the other hand. It's silly bleeding and rotting everything with quick step war art. It's actually pretty dope. Ooh, yikes, that hurts a lot. Okay, I cannot do my charge. Attack on this guy. Oh, I got the wrong flask. Uno. Oh, not yet. Oh, it's not 50% yet. No, god damn it, you fucking jump bait. Oh, wait, what? Bonus. Okay. Do I want to stay close? Nihil means 0. That's kind of cool. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. Jesus Christ, everything's faster now. Oh no! Okay. Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, that's pretty dope. I think you don't want to get too far from him. His range attack are so annoying. Oi, oi, oi. Ah, I got greedy.
Nicola
No.
is mine and mine alone.
Okay. So, at least so far, first phase is easy. Second phase, he's gonna fucking spread his STD around a little bit more often. Basically 2 times faster. So we wanna actually deal more damage instead of dodging more for this guy. Kinda wanna change my thingy thing. I'm not sure if I should though. You do fast if you don't want to get damage? I do, yeah. What's up, Gar, by the way? Rock bleed 3 times, I can normal dodge it. I mean, a tier for the Wondrous Physic. A tier? I do have a Wondrous Physic tier. What's up, Raku? But it only do, thingy thing. Double heal right now. So remember using a bloodlust weapon on him and laughing, saying that he's the Lord of Blood, but he bleeds. I mean, if he's the Lord of Blood, he should bleed, no? I guess on the Nihil spam, I could just use this instead. Convert damage received into HP and miss physic. This kind of doable as well. I want to try this. Oh, Melania? No. I was like, okay, I want to try to explore a little bit more, rather than, you know, what's the word? Committed the whole stream to just learn Melania, because I feel like yesterday we already did like 3 hours of her. So rather than doing a boring stream, I decided to explore, and I'm here now in Mohgwyn Dynasty. Yeah. And I'm fighting another boss, which is Mohg. So I'm probably gonna do Melania either later, if after I kill him, depend on how fast. I'm assuming I'm probably gonna kill him in like 5 or 10 more tries. Because the first phase is easy. All I gotta do is learn the second phase. And then we gooch. And then probably gonna try Melania again. If not, because there's still some area in Mountaintop that I still haven't discovered. So I want to do that as well. Shit. Fair enough.
Thrice.
Oh, I forgot you do the attack for that. What? Nice hitbox, dude. Okay, I took too much damage. This could be a reset. Whoa! Ah, I kept getting fucking cucked by that. No! Fuck you. Why am I drinking? Bro! I don't want to do that. Ow, ow, ow! Oh, come on.
Is mine and mine alone.
Okay, I made too much fucking mistakes there. I've got disadvantage here without the tier. I do have a tier though. What do you mean? There. I was 24/7 when I found this place, so it wasn't too messed up, but his curse, but it does suck. His curse? Okay, that's different. Ooh.
Thrice.
No! I pressed jump.
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
I wonder if it's because my FPS or some shit. Sometimes some of the button that I press does not register. I wanted to do a jump attack there. The bleed countdown is referred to as a curse. Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe I gotta time it better. Bro, misclick, bro. Wow, 180? Okay. Up. I have the worst timing with this guy. Oh, bro.
Thrice.
Ah, come on! You nameless king copy paste. Ow. I took too much damage here.
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
There's so many times my dodge does not do it when I press it. I wonder if it's because I press the button too fast. Your weapon is more PvP focused. You're playing hard mode. I kind of do it on purpose. I'm gonna beat this game with this weapon. It's already my promise to do it. Because I abused Katana in Dark Souls 3. I feel like I want to do something different. Woohoo! No!
Is mine and mine alone.
I will say come back when you have his tier. Oh, he have his own tier? I see. Nah. I'll see what's up. I think you can do this guy. All I gotta do is just not getting hit on the first phase. Second phase is I'm not sure. I got to his second phase twice so far. Like that. That's a good combo. I keep forgetting about the fucking third attack. Yeah, I pressed circle there a little bit too late, I think. Oh wait, whoa! I did not want to dodge there. The fuck. Oh, come on! I did that perfectly. I think I have to roll away on that one. Okay, come on. No! Okay.
Is mine and mine alone.
I kept messing up my dodge. Was it not registering? No, sometimes my character does not roll when I press the circle. That's the part that kind of iffing me off. Whoa! Oh, that should have a huge hitbox. Ooh. Like that one. I guess I was a little bit too late. What? Duo. Yeah, it's the most optimal you can do. Okay, 4 combo. You never do that, bro. I swear to God. Okay. I deserve that. Okay, I don't think this is worth it.
Nicola is mine.
The blood spray, the blood spray hitbox is way too big to do the fucking heavy attack. I think all we gotta do is just do the light attack combo. The dude is Lord of Blood and speaks Latin, and it can't get any more edgy than that. I know. It's kind of epic though. Not gonna lie. Nikolai. Yeah, I don't think I want to attack him on that one. I don't think it's worth it. Oh, what? Okay. Ah, I dodged wrong way. Huh? Okay, that's a stutter. Oh. Ooh. Come on. I want to attack him so bad on that part, but fuck. Ooh. No, come on, that was perfect. Fuck. What? Okay. I seem to have issues with dodging this guy. Cheeky. Ah. Okay, bro, I pressed circle. What is going on with this guy?
Bonus.
Okay. Oh, okay. So now in the second phase of his attack, do that. That explains. No!
Is mine and mine alone.
I dodged too soon. Shit. Nikolai is mine and mine alone. I don't know why he got Mikila in the first place. Is Mikila is like supposed to be with Melania? What is Mikila doing here? Or why is he in a fucking egg? Is he chicken? Is Mikila chicken? Okay, bro. Nice tracking.
Thrice.
No, not worth it. Why do I keep doing that? Ay, ay, ay. Okay, bro, that's not fair. I clearly dodged that. Ah, shit, I thought I can get into the second phase with 9 Crimson Tears. Right. Woo. Woo. Ay, ay, ay. I can't see shit, bro. What is this camera doing? Ah!
Is mine and mine alone.
Okay. That's probably the best run so far. We got into like 40%. I just need to not make a mistake in the first phase, and then we can win this. That's all I gotta do. I could probably use the rune. Either Godric's rune or Rykard's rune. I feel like it's gonna be beneficial in this one.
Thrice.
No! Oh no, I make a mistake. I got greedy. God damn it. Yeah, I deserve that. I got greedy.
Shit, bro! Yay!
You don't get greedy, chat. The camera in this game is part of a difficulty. True. Oh wait, I want to try something. Shit. Let me try something real quick. Okay, really? You gonna start with that? Alright, bro. Fair enough. Oh wait, this is not Rykard's rune. Shit. I got the wrong rune. Ah, man. Whose rune is this?
Thrice.
What? So fast. Uno. What?
Bonus.
Oh, I miscount. Still worked though. Oh, Jesus, I forgot. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, no wonder it's harder to dodge him. Fucking 40 FPS Andy, dude. Because of the fucking fire that's going on. Help! Are you kidding me? Oh, man. Oh, this sucks. Ugh. Let me heal. Are you serious? Oh, come on. Dude, the fire is killing my frames. Oh, fuck. Unlucky. Oh, this is annoying. I mean, it's still doable, but it's just so annoying. Oh!
Nicola is mine and mine
Oh,
alone.
man. Okay. Okay. Listen, bro. 1060 is in the recommended settings on their official website. This is not recommended, you fuck. Miyazaki. Swear to God, man.
Thrice.
1060 is the minimum. Well, yeah, that's what I meant. Ooh. Bruh. Really? Okay, man. Okay, broken run.
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
Ah, dude. It's so annoying when you're fighting a boss in an open area like this. You're gonna get a lot of drop frames. At this rate, Melania is a lot easier to fight because I get constant 60 FPS. Now this is just not fun. No. Hey, shit, I keep forgetting about that.
Thrice.
Too early. Are you gonna spam the fucking shower, bro? Right? Yeah. Okay, nice hitbox. No! Okay, that's on me. Are you... Can you stop showering? God damn it, man. Ah, fuck. I thought I can get enough time. Yeah. Ah.
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
Ah, bro, how do I do this? Fuck. All I gotta do... I mean... Okay. Let me try something. Fucking hate the dogs. Now you see why everyone's spamming dogs. It's part of the fun, don't worry. It is part of the fun. Okay. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. I guess we can give it a try. See what's up. We'll see. This is by all means a lot easier than Malenia though. Malenia is still way fucking harder. Holy shit. Not gonna lie. Malenia still tops it. Holy shit. I'm still too scared to come back to her. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I feel like I'd rather stick around here, trying to defeat this guy rather than Malenia. My fucking heart's not ready. Ah, shit, I forgot to switch the rune. God damn it. Alright.
Thrice.
Uno? No, you cuck lord. Alright, man. That was perfect. Really? Ay, ay, ay. I fucked it up. Alright, I don't think it does anything. Shit. I don't think so. Fuck. I thought it does something. God damn it. Oh, no. God damn it. Ah. No! Fuck.
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
Okay, never mind. I have a fucking idea, but it doesn't work. I tried. Alright, let's go back to the initial idea. Now I just need the right card. We need Reichardt's Great Rune. So I think the plan here is that since he's gonna do the fucking Nihil shit 3 times, when he's gonna do it, I'm gonna spam him on the first 2 Nihil. And then heal on the 3rd one with the Physic. And then this is gonna be what I'm gonna use. How much rune art? Okay. So I'm gonna do fucking charge heavy attack. During the first 2 of the nihil, and I'm gonna hope for a decent healing when I do that. So when I chug the physic on the 3rd nihil or the final one, I'm gonna have a full HP by then. I don't know the exact amount, but hopefully that's how it works. We're about to find out. Alright, fair enough.
Thrice.
Ooh, the blood. That hurts a lot. Ah, you cuck. What? Alright.
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
I dodged that, come on. Oh. Ooh. Right. Come on. I did not mean to get hit. Whoa. Ah! Wait. Venice with the raid. Ah! Thank you for the raid. How you guys doing? Oh my god.
Thrice.
Ah! Welcome to Rat Trap's getting fucked. How's your stream? Hopefully it's pretty good. Uh-huh. I need a heal. Oh, come on. Ei, fitta helvete. Alright, this is it. No, I miscalculated.
Mine alone.
Wait, I was not full HP? Oh, you fuck. Are you kidding me? Dude, okay, I swear, chat, that should work. That probably should work. But it's not feeling too well, having headache and fever. Oh my god. Well, I get some rest. Hopefully get better. How many ranks did you rank up? Apex, right? Oh. That was risky.
Thrice.
Ay, 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 fitta. Oh, bro. Oh, God. Aish.
Okay, bro. I dodged that.
Dude, I fucked too many attempts here. I feel like. Yeah, I butchered this. We got to this one, but I don't think it's worth it. Alright, drink. Alright, I mean, kinda. Alright. Okay, oh man, it works so well. Fuck. It was working so well. What the fuck? Oh, that was not worth it. That was not worth it. Ay, fuck. That was not worth it. I thought I can get away with it. Whoa! Bro, please, bro. No.
Is mine and mine alone.
Come on, that was so close. How, bro? How did we fuck it up? That was it. I swear, I can feel that one. All right, come here. Let's finish this. Alright, I got baited. Whoa! Nice hitbox.
Thrice.
Ah, fuck. Ah, man. The last one was such a perfect run. That was such a shame. We got too many hits here. Yeah. It's not a good run. Get a drink. No! Oh man. No! Okay. Dude, too many fire, man. Ah, fuck. Ah, man. Oh, come on!
Is mine and mine alone.
Ah, that was it. Okay. We know how to do it. It's just the problem is that it's really hard to do it. Everything has to be perfect. God damn it. Hey, what's up, Zippy? From gold 3-4 to gold 1. Hell yeah, holy shit. Actually grinding. Well, have a good rest. Hopefully you get better soon. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Also, what's up, Zippy? Hello, hello. Yup. Alright, I kept getting baited for that one. Huh.
Thrice.
Yay, yay, yay. Ah, who's that hitting me? Ay, shibal. Oh my god, dude. No way. Dude, there's so many mistakes. This one. I don't like this. This is a dead run.
Bonus.
No! Oh wait, I forgot to activate the fucking thing.
Nicola is mine and mine alone.
I forgot to activate the rune. I'm gonna pay my tax now. Well, thank you. Thank you for paying your tax. Being a responsible citizen of the trap house. How you doing? Love you. Chudumadi. I want to try what would happen if I summon my boy. It's been a while since I actually used him. But I guess we'll see what's up. Oh, I did not see that coming. I am dead. My Mimic is useless. Help. Mimic. He's actually just watching. Okay. This is why I don't use this fucker anymore. Oh my god. This guy. He's actually just watching. Oh, this is super strong. He does not get affected. Okay. Well, that's super strong. Dude, usually my summon is useless as fuck. It's actually helpful here. Up. Okay. This is why you should not discredit people, chat. Sometimes you never know that some people just good at something else, you know? Ow. Wah! Oh my fucking god.
I can see it as clear as day.
GG.
The coming of our dynasty.
Arigato. Mwah. Mog Great Rune. The Blood Lord. Okay. Prepare for jumping. So, what is going on with this one though? I'm not sure what's going on. Why is Miquella is here? She got a wedding ring. Some really fucked up thing going on here. I'm not sure what's going on though. Ah shit. Parkour! 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 Okay. I'm pretty sure I can parkour up there. I don't think there's anything up there. Alright, let's see. We got his remembrance. The power of its namesake can be unlocked. Okay. Wishing to raise Miquella to full godhood, Mog wished to become his consort. Oh. Taking the role of the monarch. But no matter how much of his bloody bedchamber he tried to share, he received no response from the young Empyrean. What the fuck? Wait, he kidnapped Miquella? Forcing her to become his husband, or I mean his, oh my god, dude, his bride or some shit, just so he can become the monarch. Okay, power-hungry situation right here. Kind of weird, not gonna lie. A little bit awkward, but okay. If only I had a lover. Damn, this is some fucking dope scenery though. There we go. GG. So that was it? That was the whole area? I mean... This is probably the shortest one so far. Oh my fucking god, 4,400. That's a lot. Okay. I don't know where to put this. Endurance, fucking that and that. And I don't know, fucking HP again, I guess. Good god. Alright. I'm not sure if that was it. What about this one though? Hold up. Before we bail out. Because last time, I remember last time. Yeah, I saw someone in that part of the area. Oh, fuck. Okay, maybe I just saw things. I'm just seeing things. But I swear, when I get to that one... Wait, no, wait, where? Yeah, I think that one. I remember I climbed up to that place. I see someone in that place standing. But I never get a chance to get there. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay. Let's go back to the table. I'm not really sure what's going on with Melania, Michaela, and what is his name again? Mog, or something. They definitely have some issues with each other. Clearly, this guy is not right in the fucking head. He's a little bit power hungry. Oh, his spear. And oh shit, I read that it's Bloodborne. Thrust arm into the body of the formless mother, then scatter the blood flame to set the area ablaze. The incantation can be cast while in motion. I kinda want that. Not gonna lie, I kinda want that. That sounds pretty fucking dope. Ooh. Lord of Blood robe. The dress of a luminary, the reigning lord, and a hierarch of the coming dynasty of Mogwyn, or perhaps a raving lunatic. Huh. Who is this Elamir de Briar again? How did I get his armor? The winding and rusted iron briar are a mark of the guilty and typically indicate a sentence of death. Elamir murdered numerous instructors and merchants and was known as the bell-bearing hunter. Jesus, that armor though. It's actually a pretty dope design. Oh, it is Neil. Neil was a lone survivor who commanded spirits to defend his long-past master. This aging general could not die, nor did he have anywhere to fade anyway. Damn, that's fucked up. Loretta, once a royal Carrion knight, when on journey in search of a haven for Albinorics and determined that the Halictree was their best chance for eventual salvation. Yikes. Well, that was not the best option. Oh shit. Oh, that's kind of fucked up. Going to the Halictree. Trying to survive. I kinda... I don't think I'm gonna use his spear anyway, so you know what? Fuck it. There we go.
Now go get to work.
Alright. Let's test out this bitch. Okay, this swarm of flies is a little bit shit, so I'm gonna replace it anyway. Let's give it a try. Arcane weapon scaling is broken right now. They got no plus damage on anything. Wait. So I shouldn't improve. So I shouldn't increase arcane at all? Is that what? Dude, I increased it up to 22. Are you sure? Oh, arcane weapon, not the blood buff, not the bloodlust buff. Yeah. Okay. So for example, like the fucking Mogwin spear. Okay. Yikes. That's actually... Oh, that's annoying, though. I wouldn't say this is useful for PvP, but this is actually fun to do. It's like, heh! It's like taunting. Get back here! STDs for everyone! Shit. Alright. So... we clean up that. So we got rid of that. The yellow annex tunnel. Now we gotta go here. We gotta get there, and then we'll get back to Malenia. I don't want to get back to Malenia, dude. Fuck, man. I want to go home. Okay, let's see if I can upgrade my weapon. Oh, Gara, one more question regarding the fucking arcane. How big of a deal does it scale with my blood loss, like, status for my weapon? Because like you can see right now, my bloody twin blade have the 96 on blood loss buildup. Does that affect by my arcane status? If you infuse, it's fine, but innate weapon like Mog weapon are not. I see. So things like this, if I increase my arcane, it actually increases my bloodlust buildup as well, in a way. I guess.
Well, I took you no matter out your own.
Noted. Gotcha. Ooh. I thought I could push to 25, man. Smithing stone, 3 more. Fuck, dude. I think getting Blood Flame Incantation would be better than just infusing. Blood Flame Incantation? What is that? Do I have that? No, I do not have that. I'm assuming that's to buff your weapon with blood, isn't it? Also, what's up, good gamer? I think getting... Oh wait, I have it, but no idea where to get it. I see. It's fine. I'm just gonna use whatever I found. With chillin'. What's up, by the way? Are you enjoying the game? Oh! I can ask him about it. Mogwyn Palace.
Oh, so that's where the so-called Lord of Blood was hiding himself, eh? A fitting little squat for that deluded maniac to bleat about the revival of his precious dynasty, while he turns our fellow Tarnished into bloody fingers. Let him stay there. That way, his delusions will remain as they are, distant and unattainable. But perhaps it's worth looking into. If what I've heard is right, then maybe... Ah, my apologies. Lost myself for a moment there. The information you shared is of great value. As promised.
It's a quest?
Your reward. And it is a wondrous thing indeed. You are a true fellow. All I ask is that you remain constant.
Fever's Cookbook. Okay, I don't know what that gives me, but... Alright. About the Lord of Blood's cocoon. Okay, Miquella.
Ah, I see. So Miquella was with the Lord of Blood after all. That is some fine intelligence indeed.
That.
With it, the final clue has been brought into the light. One of the last few pieces the round table. I need to put everything together. As promised, allow me to impart to you the last of the secret rites, known only to me.
Law of causality. Oh, I said law of causality. Causality. The fuck is a causality? Fucking English, man.
Well, I wonder what comes next. If he continues his slumber within the cocoon, all would be well. But perhaps it would be safer to destroy it. Miquella is the one thing that remains a mystery to me.
So he wants to kill Miquella because he's scared of not knowing what he can do. I don't know about that, dude. I feel like Miquella is like the victim here. But at the same time, yes, you do have like a mysterious thing going on with him. Or her. I don't know, is Miquella is a... I don't know. Let me just say Miquella. Shit. I think you're further than I am. I just arrived at the capital, so I don't have much time. Yeah, I'm a little bit further than you then. But I'm doing like side quests right now because I'm at the end game. Like all I gotta do is like one more quest to fight the final boss, I think. So I'm doing some side area now, like optional areas. Something that causes something else. Do I have no idea how to explain this? What do you mean? Something that causes something else? A chain causes? I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, recipe. What can I do now? Sacred Order pod now. I wish I could know like what kind of thing that I can make now from a specific thingy thing. The specific cookbook. Bewitching branch. Charm pierced enemy. I think I'm gonna use this. Causality is just a principle of an action having a cause. Let's actually see if I can use it. And we can just see how it looks like. What does it do? Actually, no, I cannot. This is an intelligence thingy. I'm dumb as fuck. Retaliates upon receiving a number of blows. Oh. The caster to automatically retaliate upon receiving a certain number of blows. Is the pull between meanings. It is connection that form the relationship of all things. Alright, dude. So basically, I guess when I'm doing this, or when I'm enchanting this magic, any attack that I receive is not gonna cancel my... or it's not gonna knock me down at all, I'm assuming. I guess. Alright. Unfortunately, I cannot use it, so it's useless to me. Sadly.
I can hear a howling. You should keep it. I know you.
Okay. Might want to change. I feel like my mimic. I want to change up my summon. Black Knife Tish. Bloodhound Knight Flaw. Jesus, FP cost is 132. Mimic is OP? Yeah, but sometimes it's dumb as fuck. I don't like it. I've been stopped using him because every time I fight a boss, instead of making it easier, make him harder. Last one, it saved me actually, because he just distracted him. But the other time, he just makes make the boss trigger some bullshit attack that was not supposed to be triggered. It's like the patterns start randomizing because he's confusing between the two. Ooh, what the fuck? Boy, that looks dope. Ooh, dude, I wish I can see this first before I applied the thingy. It's kind of dope. I want to see. Where is it? Alberich. Wait, was it gone? Huh? Oh, there it is. Oh, looks so fucked up. Looks like some fucking Voldemort bullshit. What's that guy name? The fucking final boss in Harry Potter 1? Final boss. The main antagonist in Harry Potter 1, the Sorcerer's Stone. The bald head teacher. Look fucked up, man. It's kind of monka-ish. I've been wanting to change my helmet, but I haven't found anything that can compensate. my character. Not compensate. That fits the rest of the body. Fashion. The masks in this game are fucking creepy as shit, not gonna lie. Sometimes it makes me uneasy to use it. EG's helmet, maybe? Oh shit, it looks so dumb. Okay, maybe not. I don't know, man. I cannot find any other one. Maybe this, but it's too green. I wish I can change the color to like at least just stone without the fucking thing. I'm gonna stick with this. Okay, we got 38k. Where should we go from here? Alright. Hold up. Let me check around the area real quick before I peace out. I'm assuming there's gotta be some other stuff. The capital is so confusing. It is. I gotta agree with you. I actually got lost there for a bit. I don't know where the fuck to go because it's essentially a residential area. Or like a royal residential area. So I feel like all you do is just like gotta keep going. If you find grace that have a pinpoint thingy, like the fucking sign that leads you where to go, just go to the general area of the direction. Most of the time it kind of helps, but I got lost 3 times I think in the capital until I can finally get to the end area of that area. So yeah. Also, hold up. Alright. Back. Dave! Oh shit! Welcome. How you doing, brother? I not meant to do that. Oh fuck. Hydrate, hydrate. Enjoying the weekend before exam. Wait, is it a national exam for you guys? I miss that feeling of having to worry about exam every semester. Monka jiga, dude. I mean, I don't miss it, but you know what I mean? Good luck, man. You got this. I believe, Dave, I believe. Because my brother also probably going through an exam as well. Is still in college. Hey guys, this is Austin. Look, as long as you're not bothering them, they're good, chat. See? You're just chilling. All you gotta do is just not press the attack button to not die. Holy shit. Look at this. I don't think I'm gonna survive if I attack at least one of these guys. They're probably gonna fuck me up. Okay, that is pretty powerful. What the fuck? Oh! It was actually not bad. Oh, you cucklord. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Bloodlust. You think you're the only one that can do that, huh? I just defeated your lord, bitch. Now I can do that too. Is he behind me again? He's behind me again. This fucker. Ooh, he deals a lot of damage. Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm not the only one. I am Melania. Don't remind me of that, bro. It was a Braddox. We're gonna come back to her though in a bit. I just need to take a walk. You know? Just breathe before we come back to that fucking shithole. Wait, what? Ah, shit, I'm in the wrong place. Wait, what?
Oh, dear.
What the f-
You here as a customer?
Wait, why are you here? Oh,
Nothing suits your taste.
no, yeah. Yo, okay, I'll be back. What the fuck? Why is he there? Oh my god, there's two of them. Okay, I'm down. Shit, fuck, shit. Okay. Fitta helvete. Dude, the blood loss is so fucking annoying. I know it's annoying because I use it as well. Alright, bro. This motherfucker have so fucking annoying range. Stop avoiding my attack. Also, why am I here? Where's this motherfucker? Ah, fuck. Alright, bro. Looks like my armor is not very good with bloodlust. I do realize that. Kind of fucked up on that one. $6K, $12K. Is there nothing else here? Oh, the fucking merchant. Let's check him out. I saw he sold some stuff there. Some pretty decent stuff. Oh, you lucky. Fuck. Fuck. There we go. I need to keep adding verticality whenever I use this.
Oi, I didn't realise you came back.
It's okay, man. Alright. Runes. We can. Blood loss. Dwelling. Blood loss. Bird bolt. Rune's always good. I don't think we need any more stone sword. It gets too easy to find them now. So I think we're fine with that.
I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
It's okay, man. It's okay. Wait, the playing is actually accurate, or at least it's actually trying to imitate the sound. Even the falsetto, holy shit. I mean the vibrato. Look at the finger fidgeting when it's wobbling. What the fuck? What? Okay, I did not expect that amount of detail from Software. Considering they never do a good job with lip syncing. That's actually impressive. Again? Bro, how many of you guys are there? God damn it. Killed like 4 of them now. Okay, I think we're good now. I think we clean up this area. Yeah, alright, let's bail out. What else? I think we're good here. I think we're back here. I am Malenia, Blade of Miquella. Fuck that bitch. I'm kidding. I'm gonna go for now. I got shit to do. Alright, dude. Good luck, man, with anything that you're about to do. You want to stream tomorrow? May or may not, because I'm planning to actually finish this game soon. Because this is day 10 of me streaming Elden Ring. And, you know, I want to go back to variety streaming, so I probably gonna try to stream tomorrow if I have some free time, if I don't have anything to do. But, you know, if you don't want to miss Discord, I will always notify through Discord if I'm gonna go live or not, so just keep an eye out. But potentially, yes. Gonna be a stream tomorrow, earlier than usual, as usual, if I'm gonna do a weekend stream. But yeah. But yeah, good luck, man. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate. Still have not killed this Evangelion boss. Looks very fucking cool. But I'm gonna bother him later. See ya, dude. Bye-bye. Alright, so we've checked out this place. Just that. It's nothing but, Actually, is there actually nothing? Last time we got invaded. Evangelion, I know it. I swear, when I saw the boss fight for the first time, I immediately remember Shinji Eva Type 01. Immediately. Like it could possibly they took inspiration. This is a Japanese developer after all. And Evangelion have a huge influence in Japan. So it might be a little bit inspired by it. It might not. It might just resemble it, but you know. It's only love. Beautiful world. Kimi Takebo. There's really nothing here? No. Oh, there's a bear there. What you got for me, bear? Oh, alright. Sorry. Holy Jesus. Woohoo! My bad. Jesus Christ. Does not bother him anymore. Oh, is that a missile? Okay, that looks like a missile. Oh my FPS. 14, 13. I can count the amount of frames. What the fuck? Really, dude? Oh, Jesus. Alright. Looks like the increased difficulty in this game, in the end game area, is more of a... It's trying to kill your character, but it's also trying to kill your GPU. Fuck. Oh, bro, I just respawned, man. Really? Oh, fuck. Ah, shit. Dude, my FPS, bro. It's actually killing my FPS, no joke. Hold up, let me get my fucking runes. Ah! Fuck! Jesus. Holy shit. Please! Please, please, please. No more, no more. Fucking A. Now, how the fuck do I do this? Oh, there is. Alright. Oh my frames broke. All-time low FPS. Help. Jesus Christ. Shit! God damn it, man. Just fall down already! Are we done? No, we're not. Come on, Billy! Just fall off. We can talk about this, okay. Thank you. Love you. That actually almost killed my fucking PC. I got 14 FPS. I never went that low before. That's probably a new record. Holy shit. Oh fuck. Okay. I forgot which one that I wanted to duplicate last time. Oh, the Omen King. I remember. Nice. So we want both of his stuff. Yeah. Apostate derelict. What time is this? 1 a.m. I guess we can go for one more hour. What the fuck? That's a giant? Mirror shield. Hello, ma'am. We're sure. Still alive. Is this a hostel? No. Likely too high up, no hole ahead. Okay, bro. Fucking hell. Who are these guys that keeps praise the legs? Oh my god. Alright, light tap. Cannot attack them. Maybe we can pass time to right now it's morning. Nightfall maybe? Can I talk to him now? Maybe it has something to do with the mirror? Shield of the Radiant Silver. Festoon with amber and carried by Loretta. The shape is said to imitate the sacred drop of dew. which inspired the absurd rumor that Loretta herself was an Albinauric. The fuck is an Albinauric? Oh, that's a dope looking shield though. You cannot tell me that it's not. Damn, look at that. The edge of it just look like a fucking Sharpie they can stab people with. Oh, it's a no skill though. Interesting. Intel 10? Why does it require 10 intelligence if it doesn't have a skill? Aw. That's interesting. There's gotta be a quest line for this one, but I just don't know how to trigger it. What about noon? Maybe he's awake on midday? Nope. Morning? Okay, this dude just passed out. Hello? Excuse me. Sir, ma'am. Hello? Alright then. Guess we're not supposed to talk to them anytime soon. Oh, a bunch of jellyfish. Hello, friends. Hit her? No, you cannot. If you notice earlier, the left side of the screen, there's like a small yellow circle icon. If that showed up on screen, that means your character cannot attack. I guess it's to prevent accidental killing the NPC or specific NPC that should not die in the game. For maybe game-breaking reason, I suppose. But that is the case. You see that? Left side screen? It's a golden yellow. That means you cannot attack them. Like I'm pressing the attack button right now. It's not doing anything. So that means it's an important NPC. That usually that means if they're dead, the games break. Or something like that. Okay. I guess we'll check them out again later. Is that a monster? With a loot. Oh, there's definitely some... Oh. Hi. Oh, you're so lucky I don't have any range attack. Actually... Okay. Cannot splatter anything. Fuck. Yeah, how about this? Ah! He puked. Ew. Oh. Fuck. There's an item there. Okay, there's nothing here. What kind of item is this anyway? Oh, it's a golden rune. Okay. Not bad. What's up, Bruda? Alright, there's nothing interesting here. Um. The fuck is this? Oh, it's the fucking rocks. Wait, why are you still alive? Is there another one? Whoa, what the fuck is this place? Oh shit, we're here. Okay, wrong. Oh, we already... Oh, what the fuck? Okay, we're already going through all the places. Okay, I guess next stop is here. And then this place, and then we're done. Let's go. And then fucking Michaela. Stop shooting me! Nicola. Specimen. Monga Jiga. Ah, it's the plants. I actually still never use this because I don't have the ingredients. I mean the recipe to make it. I'm assuming you can make like an electrical bolt arrow or some shit like that. It's probably pretty cool. But I do not have that, unfortunately. But the way they make these plans looks very special. I kind of feel like I want to find out how to utilize this, guys. Maybe next time. I'm assuming it's for magic anyway, or at least buffs, incantation and stuff. Oh. Oh, you guys again. Alright, can we chill out? Again. I really don't want to fight the Avatar again, I'm gonna be honest. If it's something else, I'll fight it. If it's the Avatar again, I'm down. I'm done. I'm gonna skip it. Okay, surprisingly there's no... Oh, yep. Man! Okay, you knew. Putrid? The fuck? Why are you putrid? Oh. That's why. Ew, dude. kind of done with this boss. No, I'm dead. Yeah. I don't know, man. Fuck. Once you start doing that, it's just really hard to dodge it. God damn it. What is he hiding anyway? Yeah. Sorry. If it's not worth it, we can just skip it.
No, no, no.
Weak foe. Ah, fuck. Maybe it is, but I guess it's because my build is a fucking bleed. And this fucker does not bleed. Bro, please bleed, bro. Ooh! Oh, you fuck. Okay, okay. Alright, fine. I still have no idea how to dodge that. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it though. I'll come back to him later. Not worth my time. Oh my god, my frames. Stop! Red and blue. There's nothing else. Hey. Up. I guess we're going back to fucking Melania. So we're pretty much done here. I really don't want to go back. Alright, you guys are gonna keep spawning. Whoa. Alright, bro. I'll see you later, alligator. Huh? Okay, that one up there is a fucking silver one. Oh, oh, it fell off, it fell off! Come here, you fuck! See you later, alligator. Alright. Oh! Oh wait, I thought it was a merchant. Ow! God damn it. Alright, I think we're done in this area. Then we can TP out into the main guests for today. Holy shit, I'm so excited. Excitement. Let me get my water real quick. Shame tea. Don't forget to hydrate, chat. The water supply in my hallway is empty. I gotta walk to the other hallway. We gotta take more than 5 minutes, so give me a sec. I'll be right back. Hell yeah. Here we go. Oh shit. I know you can do this. Right back. I'm back. Gosh. And I got myself a banana. Bananas. Oh shit. That's so good. Banana's probably the best midnight meal. Period. I don't think anything can be better than banana. Okay. I'm ready. Not. Indomie best midnight meal? What do you mean? Okay. That's different though. That's midnight. Not meal. That's midnight. You know, Indomie. Indomie is Indomie, man. You know what I mean? Oh, wait. I just realized. How the fuck do we... How the fuck do we convert the fucking Mogs thingy thing? Is there even a way to do it? You got a great rune, right? Or is it? Wait, unborn? Wait, what? Where is it? I'm pretty sure I got something when I defeated Mogs. Oh, there it is. Devoid of any benediction. Seek the divine tower of East Altus, which stand beyond the Great Bridge from Lanedale's eastern ward. Okay. Besides the beyond the Great Bridge from Lanedale's eastern ward. Eastern ward. Lanedale. East Altus. Eastern ward. Oh, is it this? Ah! I forgot about that place. Yeah, I remember. I was like, oh, there's this as well. But let's check out this place first. And then this place first was actually the fucking mountaintops of the Giants. I completely forgot about this. Oh my fucking god. Clueless, man. Surely I'll be back to this place after I went to the mountaintop of the giants. Thank God I remember that. Yep. Alright, cool. Have you beaten Malenia? I've been doing everything apart from beating Malenia today. But I've beaten a different boss, which is Moggs, Lord of the Blood. He's dead. I just beat him today. So instead of going for Malenia, I went around the rest of the area. So this is Malenia, right? And I haven't discovered this area earlier today. So far, 4 hours? 3 hours actually. 3 hours I just been doing that. What the fuck? Okay, what the fuck is this? Huh? I fought these guys before, but what the fuck is this? I fucking dodge. Oh, I'm over leveled. Oh, the background's making me dizzy. Shit. What the fuck? How do I... This is so fucking sucks. Ugh. Okay. What the fuck was that? Whose idea is it that that's a good idea? What is this fucking the four Kings Part 2? Yeah, Mogg's really cool though. Sure. The fucking claw attack is actually pretty fucking dope. Bang. Eh! I see that. Hold up, we're going back down. We're going back down. I see that. I see loot. I see money. Three, 2, 1, go. Alright, maybe not like that. What? Where is it again? Oh. There we go. Official attire. What the fuck is this place? Hello? Blade of Calling. Eh, nani? Dagger given to one who set out on a journey to fulfill her duty long ago. The power of its former owner, the Kindling Maiden, is still apparent. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. What? Why is Melina's... Okay, hold up. Where is it? Where's the outfit? What the fuck did I just get? Official's attire. Grubby blue robe worn by magisterial officials to carry out their grim tasks. Surveillance, execution, gruesome rituals. The darkest duties drive the wheels of mankind. So this is definitely not her outfit, but has something to do with her in some way for sure. Interesting. Ooh, pretty. Ooh. "15 faith." Oh, I just need one more. Okay, I can use this. Bam. Ooh. Okay, that's pretty, but the fucking animation stutter is so fucking long. Yeah, look at that. That guy's trying it out too. This is bad in PvP, but might be good in PvE. That's a pretty animation as well. Not bad. Pretty cool. Not bad at all. It's my lovers. It's my lovers, guys. My lovers. It's my boy. It's my girlfriend, guys. Alright, let's fight those fucks. The False Twin. Or whatever the fuck edgy name they got. They got blood loss, so I gotta be careful to not get comboed. I'm assuming we can find her knife there and the official's garb. I'm assuming Melanius was sentenced to death for execution, because the outfit says that the officials basically... Oh shit, Mirai's robe. Very similar to Mirai's robe. Grim task. Surveillance, execution, gruesome rituals. The darkest duties drive to the wheel of mankind. Are these the guys that give the fucking two-finger tattoo to her? So many questions. So little time. I wonder. They use these dude as a fucking bait. It's actually funny. No! Shit. Alright. That was close. Shit, his brother's coming! Good night, sweet prince! Alright, one down, one to go. Angar. Oh, you look like the more fucked up brother. Oh yeah, you are more fucked up than him. Yeah, you're more fucked up than him, alright. Yet. Shit. Alright. Woohoo! His sword got a long reach. That was the hardest part about that. GG. Omen Killer Rolo. Nice. I think I know that guy. It's the heavy attack dude. Bum bugga bugga bum bugga bugga bum bugga bugga bum 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 bum. Damn, I got TP'd to the end of the fucking thing. Alright. So I wonder how this is gonna work. Because we have two Great Rune. Morgoth and what's the other guy name again? Motherfucking Mog or some shit like that. So I'm not sure. Are we gonna redeem two runes at the same time? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Among Us. Okay, dude. Why do you do? Okay. Goddamn, Dave. Amogus. Sussy. Forgot to use the emote. Their spirits, their remembrance is among us, chat. Elden Ring is among us too. It makes sense now. Oh my god. Amogus. Whoa, okay, that's kind of cool. There's two of them. Interesting. Oh, they even put a fucking bonfire here. Wait, why is everyone died here? Huh? Oh no. Guys, why? 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 Is he trying to go to the lower platform? Okay. I don't get it, but sure. The fuck? Alright, whatever, dude. Alright. Let's activate Morgoth first. Morgoth's Great Rune. And then Mog's. Goddamn! That felt good, actually. Redeeming two Great Rune at the same time. Sheesh! Let's see what we got. Morgoth is greatly raises maximum HP. What the fuck? I might need this. Grant a blessing of blood to phantoms. What does that mean? It's a blessing grants a blessing. Its blessings grants a blessing of blood to summon phantoms. It imparts a phantom great rune upon a successful invasion. Huh? Mog and Morgoth are twin? What? This Grey Rune is anchor ring that houses the base and proves two things: that the Omen King was born of the golden lineage, and that he was indeed the Lord of Leyndell. Mog and Morgoth are twin brothers, and the Great Runes are naturally similar, but Mog's rune is soaked in accursed blood from his devout love for the wretched mire that he was born into far below the earth. What? Its blessing grants a blessing of blood to summon phantoms, and imparts a phantom great rune upon... I don't understand what this is, but I guess we'll give it a try. I actually don't understand what it does. My English is broken. And no, I'm not gonna jump off. Look, pro. What are they trying to do? I don't get it. Okay, bye. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what did you do? Like doing a fucking double jump or some shit. Wham, wham, wham. Wham, wham, wham. Wham, wham, wham. Okay. His aerial attack, I guess. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not gonna jump off. Okay, this one I can kind of see why. There's like a fucking platform down here. You can go. It's so dumb. Holy shit, man. This fucking game. Ah, boy. Fuck! It's already 2 AM! Should have streamed early. Okay. Here's the thing, chat. Right now, there are two things that we can do right now, right? First, obviously, we can try to defeat Malenia. But let's be honest here, I'm probably not gonna be able to kill her for the next couple hours. Second, we can go proceed the main quest. Go to Forge of the Giants and talk to Malenia. And I just want to see what's gonna happen there. I just like, you know, I want to see the fucking Elden, the fucking, you know, the Earth Tree burns. I want to see what's gonna happen there. The night is still young. True. Kinda. Ah, fuck. All right, let's do a little bit of Malenia first. Let's do a little bit of Malenia. Malenia. Remove filth and accumulation on the body. Wait. Wow! Soap! It's actually a thing in this game. Look at that, chat. You can take a shower. Okay. Let's level up. There's one thing that I really want to do, but I'm not sure if I could do it or not. That only gives 1200? The fuck? I think it was Hero's Rune. God damn it. I need 24. 20. Alright. Now, before I leveled up, let's see. First, my blood loss buildup is 100. Up. Right. Alright. Shit, bruh. This weapon is a lot more stronger. The rivers of blood. I like how this weapon skill is called Corpse Piler. So fucking edgy, dude. God. I like it though. So edgy. But it's a katana. Okay, let's level up. The arcane. Bing, bang, boom. Now let's see how much blood loss. Still 100. Okay, so I'm not sure. Maybe 100 is maxed. Maybe it maxed out. I'm not quite sure. Let me remove this. Bam. Still 100. Huh? Oh wait, that does not affect the arcane. Okay, let's use this. Bam. 105, okay. So it looks like it goes up in stages. Okay. Alright. Just try Malenia. Sounds fitting, I know. Corpse Piler. I am here to travel across the land to revenge on my village. My brother killed my village. I'm gonna kill him someday. Ooh. My name is Uchiha Johnson. Ah shit, hold up. And I'm here to kill everyone. Hi Malenia, I'm back. How you doing? Fuck. Alright. Fuck! Ah, come on.
I am Malenia, Blade of Mikola.
Alright, it's okay. My pair is so inconsistent in this game. Fuck. I wish parry in this game is as good as Sekiro. Or at least, that's how it works. Sekiro. Oh my god. Dude, Jesus Christ. Wrapping this bitch. Okay. What do you think is the best strat for this guy? I mean, this girl. Chat. Is she fucking... If I don't parry her, I don't see any other... Fuck. Fuck. Ma'am! God damn it. Okay. Alright. Can we reset?
I am Melania,
Jesus Christ.
Blade of Mikola.
Also, I should probably not use Radagon's bullshit. I forgot. There we go. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. Come here, bitch. Oh, let's test out the rune. Oh my god. I don't know what it does. It looks so edgy. Wait, who is this? This is someone This is someone that using Trap House. Who is that? Who is that? Tell me, who is that? It's one of you guys that's using the Trap House. Who is this? What are you wearing then, huh? On your fucking head. What the Oh my fucking god. Alright. Fitta helvete. She's just gonna spam that if you're healing too close to her. I'm dead.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Hello Melania, how's Elden Ring? Oh wait, Harlow Red, I mean. What's up? We just started. The pain. The road to pain. Mogrune is for PvP invention? Fuck me, dude. Okay. What does it do actually? I don't understand the description. Alright, let's try Morgoth's then. Morgoth's greatly increase HP. Who's Mikola though? I don't get it. Huh? Mikola, the one that we saw earlier. On Mog's fucking room. Oh my god. HP bars officially half the screen. Fuck. Alright, focus. Parry, parry, parry. But I forgot the timing for that one. Too early. We cannot parry that. Too late. Shit! Too early again. Too early again. Holy shit, she's beating my ass. Wow. I wonder if I can parry that. Dude, parrying in this game is so hard. Okay, I dodged! Oh damn. It only decreased a little bit. We might be able to work this out with this rune. Yeah, I don't think you can parry that. Bro, what the fuck? Okay, I haven't hit a single parry.
I am
The
Malenia,
fuck?
Blade of Mikola.
I don't understand how parry work in this game. Why is it so hard? It's definitely harder than Dark Souls for sure. I don't remember Dark Souls being this hard. By hard I mean, I guess the window, the parry window is a little bit smaller in this game. I am Keihatsu. Bro. I'm dead. You cucklord. Alright. Bro. She actually does not give a fuck. Alright, let me parry you for like once. Okay. Okay. Are you? Alright, there we go. Alright, we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna die. It's just that the window is very small. And it's not in the spot where I thought it would be. So my muscle memory is messing with me. Because I remember Dark Souls 3 fucking parry window is not like this. Yep. That one I should have hit that. Yep. See? Those one I can confidently said I should have hit that. But the game just said, no, fuck you. Which is why I'm so... Like, psh, come on. The problem with this boss is that... Ay, fitta helvete. You cannot make too many error.
Blade of Mikola.
Because she lifestealed from every single attack, so I want my parry to be perfect or not at all. Like, god damn it. Yeah, the regen is the problem. The lifesteal is the problem here. Huh? Okay. Nice hitbox, dude. Okay. That doesn't count. Bitch. Just kill her, lol. I just watched someone beat her with a katana. Yeah, katana is the most efficient weapon in this game right now. For PvE. And PvP, actually. Perfect parrying her is too hard. Perfect parrying in this game in general is too hard. That's why I don't parry at all from the start. I don't know what it is, but they definitely do something with the parrying. to make it that somewhat different. Dude, I hit that in LAN. I hit that in DS3. I would hit that in LAN. Bro, what the fuck? It's so annoying that it's so inconsistent.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
I don't know, you can parry her at all. Most of the time, if you're not sure if a boss can be parried or not, well, usually the rule that they follow is humanoid enemy or attack that usually have a big wind up or not. Usually a small wind up attack or blunt attack kind of thing, or like attack that kind of pushes you instead of like damage you. Like her kick, for example, is not parryable. I tried it so many times. Alright, I cannot do my strat.
Blade of Mikola.
Alright. So annoying, man. I could do just like a fucking blood loss strat, but I want to try to not use it. Alright? Because the blood loss in this one is a little bit RNG. Because the problem is that once I summon my Mimic also heal her. That's the problem. That makes the game harder than it's supposed to be.
I am Melania.
Fuck my ass.
Blade of Mikola.
That makes this boss fight way harder than it should be. We'll try for like until 3 AM. If I still cannot get a perfect parry strat, we'll do the bloodlust strat. Why not? But it's gonna be a little bit more annoying. Okay, that hits. That hits in LAN. That hits. Oh! No, wait! Fuck! 3 times in a row! Holy shit! That feels nice. Ah, fita!
I am Melania.
Okay.
Blade of Mikola.
We're getting better. We're getting better. That was 3 times parry in a row. I might be able to perfect parry this. I just need the power of... I need a speedrunner mentality right now. Why don't you just use dagger to crit her if you want to parry her so much? I don't have any dagger that I upgrade. Everything's like level 1. Fita. And no, I do not want to parry her, but I feel like this is the easiest way. At least for me. With my build. Hey, fuck you.
I am Malenia.
What the fuck?
Blade of Mikola.
Fuck. What is a Bloodhound Fang, by the way? I have a Bloodhound Step, but not Bloodhound Fang. Oh, Bloodhound Fang is the weapon name. Never mind. I just realized. I think. Nope. Oh, you do not parry that one. Oh. Okay. You bitch. Bro.
I am Malenia. Blade of Mikola.
She's actually pretty tame. Like, there's a range when you're close to her, but not too far. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not too close, but not too far. Somewhere in the middle where if you heal, she's not gonna aggro at all. Bitch. Ah, fuck off.
I am Malenia.
Fuck, man.
Blade of Mikola.
One miss and you're fucked. This bitch is cheating. Oh, I need more candy. Why is it parry so inconsistent? Did they purposely make it harder to parry in this game, maybe? Because I can see them do that. Maybe they're like, yeah, parry in the Dark Souls 3 is a little bit too easy. Maybe they should nerf it so people don't abuse the parry. I don't know. Maybe. Second. Just a couple more try, and then we'll do the fucking Bloodlust strat. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, bro. I think this was the distance, yeah, see? She does not aggro if you're like in the medium, in the mid, in between. that scared me. I shouldn't try to parry that. That was too risky.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Two more tries. And I'll wreak havoc with my summon, with my mimic. I like that logo, by the way. What do you mean? Oh, the fucking Leo? Thank you.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
It was actually an old logo. I just haven't designed a new one. I think that was since 2018 or 2017. I need to redo my logo though. Yep. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. Ooh. Why did I not get it there? Shit, I fucked up. Yeah, one successful parry, I can get her up to that. That is 1/5, 1/4. Yeah, 1/5. Bro, just so inconsistent.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
It's like fucking trying to b-hop in CSGO competitive. They purposely make it so that you cannot consistently parry. It almost feels like that, but I know it's possible. Just the window is so fucking small. Then you gotta learn the muscle memory all over again. Why am I gonna play this game like I'm playing CSGO? I'm not gonna fucking put 1,000 hours to put fucking parrying muscle memory. Ay, ay. I'm so done. I should do that. Bro.
I am Melania,
How is that not a parry?
Blade of Mikola.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Seriously. Yeah. It's alright. Jesus. Yeah, that's a hit. That is not supposed to be like that. Okay. Oh my god, stop with the kick. Okay, again. That's a hit in land. That's not a hit. Bruh! Too many errors. Do you guys think there's a way to improve the accuracy percentage of the parry other than just the buckler? You think going naked would do that? I wonder if light load also improve the thingy thing. Let's try it. Ooga booga. Okay.
I am Malenia, Blade of Miquella.
Error. Doesn't count. Does not count. I saw a guy yesterday in PvP with a parry spell. Ooh. I don't think it's a parry spell. What's it called? Ashes of War. Doesn't parry me once though. Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe he sucks. Jesus Christ. Reset? Sorry, ma'am. Alright, fair enough. No, I didn't mean to heal twice. I just want to be parry
Blade of Miquella.
God. But I also don't want to go out of my way to find that parry spell just for Malenia. Like, that's a little bit reaching. But I don't think I have it. Beast Roar. Square off. Stormcaller. Determination? No, that's melee. Yup. Sorry. Oh, probably this Storm of Wall. This is the only shield parry thing that I have. Let's try that. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Oh. So this one's still parry, but it also pushes the enemy. But I don't think it affects boss, but let's find out. On PvE, if you miss the parry, it cancels the animation of low poise. Whoa!
I am Malenia, Blade
Really,
of
dude?
Miquella.
First fucking try. First go, really? You wanna fucking grab my fucking ass? Wanna fucking grab me by the balls? Fuck. This attack. I fucked up in that one. Does not help me. Hey, fuck you. Ay, ay. No! Ooh. That caught me off guard.
I am Malenia, Blade of Mikola.
She have that one attack that she do instantly. That one always scared the fuck out of me. It's like a fucking jump scare.
I am Malenia,
Jesus.
Blade of Mikola.
Alright. Fair enough. I missed both of them though. But dying too fast makes it a little bit harder than it's supposed to be. Moin. What up, zombie? How you doing? Moin? No! You fucking bitch.
I am Malenia, Blade of Mikola.
Why? Why did she have to do that? Why she start trying to grab me once I'm naked now? What's going on? Again, that should be a hit.
I am Malenia,
Oh my god.
Blade of Mikola.
Should I try the blood loss run now? Gonna be a little bit chaos. I guess we could give it a try. As that counter, how much is yes? Yes. What? Okay.
I am Malenia,
Yeah.
Blade
Let's do it.
of Mikola.
Too much randomness. More than no. Yes. basically real and true. Chocolate in there. It is time, people, it is time. Trouble to slam. Let's get to the plan. Trouble to slam. And welcome to the jam. It is time. Gonna go ham on this one. This one's gonna be a little bit more random, so get ready. I think you're gonna die. You're like 70 hours a little bit late for that one. I died like a lot of time. It works. Ooh. Oh my god, nice 180, dude. Mimic inting? What is inting? Oh my god, Mimic, you dumbass. I should not do that. I feel like I can do more damage without doing that. Fuck! I should not receive the last damage. Alright. So it works, but it's kind of dumb. Because it's a lot of RNG because she also heals for my Mimic. So it's a little bit more annoying. By the way, let's watch the cutscene again. What is the inting, by the way, Essex? I wonder whose statue is that? Is that her? Or is that Michaela? Mikola. I need to stop saying Michaela before Tyler 1 comes to my house.
Wait. The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror. Now, rot.
Here's the one. No, I'm gonna die. I have 5 Estus. Mimic, you fucking dumbass. Why are you attacking me?
Let my flesh be consumed by the scarlet rot.
Why is she not attacking the Mimic? What the fuck? God damn it. Ding ding. Good job, boy. Why are you healing with full HP, you dumbass? Oh, she's just not get blood loss? Corner her! That's right, brother. Oh shit. Oh, fuck it. Nice. Oh my god, it looked like a fucking dumbass. There we go, that's a proper healing. Ah, fuck off.
Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the RNGness. Because the bot also make dumb shit. The fucking... Okay, let me... The fucking healings actually helps him survive, to be fair. So... Yeah. After this, let's try without the spells. Without incantation. too fucking random.
I am Melania, Blade of Nicola.
I actually want to try to summon Theo instead, or Flo. I actually don't know his name. I feel like that's a really cool summon. Oh shit, I forgot. Ah shit, I forgot. Wait. 1 second. Ma'am. There we go. I'm dead. Oh, never mind. We're good. Well, that hurts. What? Oh my god. You dumbass. This one's too random. Fuck. Oh shit. It's so funny when it do that. Okay, bro. Okay, thank you. Oh shit, finish him with a backstab. I wonder if the Mimic can get Scarlet Rot. Oh, it does. Never mind. Can you... Oh my god. Mimic, you dumb as fuck. Help! No, it's the wrong one.
Let your flesh be consumed by the scarlet.
I thought she gonna do the fucking stabbing attack. Scarlet Rot. Alright, getting to the second phase is easy now. I just need to be a little bit more consistent. Yeah. Mimic phase 1, perfect parry phase 2. No, I don't think so. If I'm gonna perfect parry, I'm gonna perfect parry all the way, dude. Ai, fitta helvete, jävla. Good shit, bro. Ah, shit. That hurt attack of her. What? Did you just change? Okay. No, I did not mean to do that. Hello, bro? Jesus, that was bad. Oh my god. Oh my. Jesus. If the Mimic's not dumb, this would be a winnable one. Actually. Damn, the Mimic just dodged. Oh my.
Let your flesh be consumed by the scarlet rot.
That's a new animation and I just got 5-second stutter. I cannot dodge that. I got stutters. My PC just see that spell for the first time. It renders it. You know, the Elden Ring stutter. Yeah. It was actually the first time I see her do that. Alright. Her fucking rotate is the most annoying shit ever. No! You dumbass! Oh,
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
You can throw a spell freely? Yeah, I don't have any spell. The Blood Boon, I don't think that's gonna affect her. Well, we'll give it a try. But I don't think it's gonna affect her. Melina Dagger Ash of War. True, but I don't think I'm gonna deal a lot of damage. Really? What? Huh? You dumbass! No! I forgot to heal! I'm dead.
I am Melina, Blade of Mikola.
Alright, let's do the Melina dagger. I doubt it's gonna be worth amount of damage, but yeah. Let's give it a try anyway. Oh, I gotta switch my fucking stats though. Shit, man. Let's try without this. Alright. Okay, maybe I should just remove this. Can you not switch and automatically dual hand? That kind of sucks, actually. Never noticed that. Oh. Let's go. Oh, what?
I am Melania, Blade.
Okay, her grab is really annoying though. I mean, come on. Come on, Brett. Come on, Brett. I kind of want to do parry her again, not gonna lie. That one's a little bit more fun. This one's just fucking RNG fucking spamming, dude. I'm gonna do this as well. Right, bitch, run. Can I not backstab her on that one? I wish, like, I really don't want to backstab her. Bro!
I am Melania, Blade
Oh my god. So annoying. You keep doing it, man. Changing target midway. So stupid. Alright, last couple try. It's already 3 a.m. Shee, bruh. I'm gonna try until 15 minutes. Oh wait, I forgot to— someone help! Alright. Man, her healing is so annoying. No! I'm still alive! Wait. I don't think this is a good run. We might need to redo this one. Already 4 flasks remaining. I don't think it's a good one. What? That still hurts? Alright, I might... How much damage? Only 100! Wait, it staggers her. Okay, it's not worth it. No! Bruda! Woohoo! Oh my god.
Let your
Oh!
flesh be consumed
Wait, she
by
can
the
leave
scarlet rot.
when she do that? Oh my god, that's hard. I just learned that as well. Oh wait, bots. Oh my god, this is harder than I thought it would be. If I cannot bring my Mimic to the second phase, it's just not gonna work. Because I need someone to be baited for the Scarlet Rot. If I'm gonna do the fucking Bloodlust strat. What are you doing? Ah, okay. I think it's trying to intimidate her. Oh no, he's dead. What? How did that attack me? Jesus Christ. No, I misclicked. Fitta helvete. Oh no. Oh no, he died too early. Shit. Well, that was not the plan. Ooh. Shit!
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Okay, if I'm gonna do the Bloodlust strat, if she gonna do the world thingy, she's gonna do it whenever she wants to. There's no more wind up. She just gotta like instantly wind up, which is impossible to dodge. Oh man. Looks like they were ready to do it. They know someone's gonna do the fucking strat. Fuck, man. Oh shit. Yup. Oh my god. Bing bang. Biggie bang bang. Oh my god! Actually 1 HP. What the fuck? We slashed her at the same time. That's kind of a fucking Naruto Sasuke moment right there. Kinda badass. Okay. The Scarlet Rot thing is gonna be a problem here. Oh man, he's dead. What's up, Bondic? How you doing? What is that stutter? That's so dumb. Alright, that's embarrassing. No, Mimic! Oh, come on. Yeah, this one's impossible. Ooh. My strat is impossible without the Mimic. Woo. Oh my god, this is embarrassing.
Let your flesh be consumed by the scarlet rot.
Ooh, she deals way too much damage on the second phase. Way, way, way too much. Damn. Alright, let's try. Now watching Elden Ring on my Maybe Friends Discord stream. Well, hello. Streaming more than 7 hours, go to sleep, bro. Oh, no worries, it's a weekend. I usually stream up to like 8 to 9 hours on weekend time. We're chillin'. That's how we do it in this channel. Last try. Is there my question on Discord? What? I don't check Discord while I'm streaming. Well, let me check it for you. Drawing challenge. You can give me those stuff whenever you want. But I don't know if I'm gonna do it. You know, depends. What kind of drawing challenge you mean? After stream. Oh, gotcha. Alright, let's try. Let's go. Oops. Oh no. Oh my god. What? That's bending the law of physics. Oh shit. No, he's aiming for my bro. You dumb. You dumb bitch. Bro! Oh, he's dead. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god, how am I alive? Oh, he's dead. How is he alive? Well, that's embarrassing. Oh, what the fuck is this? Okay, that's new. Oh my god. She got 3 different aerial attacks now? Brother. Okay, that's new. I'm just scared of the Scarlet Rot, I'm not gonna lie. Shibal. Oh my god. No! I thought it's gotta be something else.
Let your flesh be consumed by the scarlet rot.
Not bad. You know what? At least we actually learned a lot of new stuff from the Phase 2. I've never seen that fucking shadowy thing before. So, yeah. We actually learned some stuff there. Although, I'm gonna be honest. On the second phase, the problem that I have so far is that if my Mimic died too fast, because you know the bloodlust strat requires me and him doing as much as possible blood loss build up before she can heal herself. That's the bloodlust strat. I cannot do the bloodlust strat the moment he dies on the second phase because it's not just that she doing everything faster, she also adds Scarlet Rot shit here and there, which is fucking annoying. Because Scarlet Rod's shit, dude, it's fucking hurtful as shit. Like I'm a little bit extra scared when she have the Scarlet Rot buff. Because once you get hit once, you're donezo. Bozo. So I don't know how to do the second phase, I'm gonna be honest. Because the Mimic's gonna die, for sure. There is no way it can survive the second phase, because the moment it got the Scarlet Rot on the first attack, the first drop thingy, that's it. Mimic's out. Mimic's out of the game. So I need a better strat than this. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I might go back to the perfect strat. The perfect parry strat. I might. Even though it's so fucking annoying, it's actually a lot more satisfying. I'm gonna be honest. The perfect parry strat, if you get it, it's so fucking satisfying. So, I may or may not gonna go back to that strat. We'll see. We will see. Try this weapon, Ash of War. A black knife? Do I have that? I fought a black knife assassin. I assume I do. No, I don't. Wait. Yeah. I do not. But I know what it looks like because I fought them a couple times already. In a different dungeon. What's the Ash of War anyway? The Ash of War melts HP like butter. God damn. Oh, better version of Melina. So I do the fucking slash attack as well, but it hits harder. I assume looking at the knife, it's some blood buff or something like that. Probably. It looks like it does that. Well, unlucky, because I haven't seen that weapon yet so far. Surprisingly. I guess it's pretty hidden. The only reason why I haven't seen it, because I fought 2 Black Knives, one in a dungeon, and the second is in the what do you call it? Evergale. So I fought 2 of them, and both of them only drop anything that is not a knife, I guess. So I don't know. Maybe tomorrow, on tomorrow's stream. Okay. I got one question. Assuming if you already do it, if you trigger the fucking Forge of Fire thingy, does that immediately throw me into the boss fight, the final boss, or not? Because I'm actually really curious of what that is. I want to check it out. Or have you not gotten to that part? No? Because I really want to check that out. You can forge the fire back to Malenia. Okay. Maybe tomorrow we'll do that. Because this today and yesterday we've been... Yeah, since yesterday and today, both stream of Elden Ring, we've been only doing literally the optional quests. So we haven't progressed the main quest at all. So I want to see where's that gonna take us. Probably that. Probably. But there will be some changes here and there. It's a big change, I assume. Yeah. We'll see. As long as we can still go back to Malenia, because I don't think there's any more side quests area that I haven't discovered in this game. Assuming... Because the fucking Mog... That was the side quest. The final side quest that I discovered after cleaning up mountaintops. And I've cleaned up Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, Caelid, Liuria, Altus Plateau, and Mount Mognir or Mulgir or some shit like that. And mountaintops was the last one. And, well, there might be some in the capital and Leyndell, but I don't care too much about Leyndell, I'm gonna be honest. Leyndell is a little bit too... too complicated. I'm not a big fan of the area. It's a little bit meh. So yeah. Okay. Oh god. Oh. Jesus Christ. Alright, chat. I'm gonna peace out here, people. Holy shit, it's almost 4 AM again. Yesterday. This fucking game, dude. So fucking big. How many hours earlier? 85 hours in game. I'm guessing I'm gonna hit 100 hours before I actually finish this game. It's actually impressive. It's been a while since the last time I played a single player game. Anything more than 50 hours. Last time was Cyberpunk, I think. It's probably gonna be the first one. God damn, god damn. By the way, Donkey, upload an Elden Ring video? Wait. Okay. 2 hours ago. Alright, you know, we cannot skip a Donkey video. We gotta check this one out. We do. Donkey!
I'm sensing that the
2 hours ago, holy shit.
I'm sensing that the Elden Ring is in this very room. Maybe a cheer. Elden Ring ahead. I'm getting close now. Oh, definitely Elden Ring is around.
It's playing on a PS5.
Right over there. There's a fence. He's powerless with the fence is gone. You were simply no match. I've beaten every Dark Soul. Don't kill. This is normal. Too late, dumbass. You can never reach me up here. The bear
Oh, what the
is one
fuck?
of the dumbest animals in the animal kingdom. Don't kill.
Oh, this guy.
Where's Elden Ring? Oh, nope. Batman, I beat every Dark Soul. Who the fuck? You're not even in this fight. Lobster battle. Yeah. Look at him go. Ow. Boom, and you're dead, and the lobster is one of the dumbest animals. And he has a second phase. Why does a normal enemy have a second phase? That's it. Now you guys pissed me off. Where am I? Where am I?
Oh, Magma Worm.
Where am I? Did I win or lose? Am I alive or dead? Look at that. That's gotta be where Elden Ring is. That's maybe it's at the bottom of the cliff. Woo! Thank God this guy's already dead.
Oh, this one. I actually haven't killed this guy yet. I just remember.
You may be big, but in a game like this, the bigger you are, the more damage you do. Is Elden Ring down here? You know what? You are a big dick. You know that? And you know what? I hate Elden Ring. Why don't the shitty enemies ever die to fall damage? This game sucks. No item ahead. No item. Yep. No. Yep. And that's how you know. And that's how you know. Yep. And that's how you know this is where Elden Ring is.
No
yep.
way.
And here we
6
go.
messages says no item ahead.
Where the hell is my item? Baba Binka, Ja Ja Binka, don't kill you, Bacon, don't kill. He missed. Dang,
shit.
Everybody, this guy sucks ass at Elden Ring. Uh-oh, fireball. I'm a ball. How did that work? This
How did that
fucking
work?
Sucks. I hate that. I hate that. Nope. That's one big ass ball. Ah. Here I go. Here
Crash
I go.
Bandicoot. Wait, you can do that?
Oh, big mode. Here we go.
He's dead.
Do it again. Do it again. I don't give a
Oh.
shit. I don't give a shit about basketball.
Iframes.
Now come and kill me. If you got the balls, that is. Yes. Got him. Hey, Tony, get it? Because, hey, you got the balls? Because a big ball hit you on the head. Do you get it? Because a great big fucking ball hit you on the head. Do you get that joke, Tone? Because really, Elden? Really? This is the guys you're putting me up against? Come on now, Elden Ring. Put me up against a true battle now. Find a big ball.
This guy is annoying when you find him first time.
I think I just figured out how to beat Elden Ring. Just do that. Elden Ring should be. Is that an invisible man that can backstab
The
me?
Black Knight.
And he can fly?
Wait,
and
I
he
didn't
has
see
a
him.
million health?
Oh, this is the
Die! What
That
the
part.
fuck? What the fuck is the fuck? The fuck? Ah, piece of shit thing.
I haven't fought him.
And there's another. He's in front. He's in front. Direct all firepower to the front. Oh no! Now he's on the right. Now he's over there. Okay, now he's behind me. This is fucking stupid. This is fucking stupid. Okay, now he's to the left. No, no, go back. Go back in the laser. Thank you.
This fucking
I
spell's
shall
so dumb.
become Elden Gord. Now die. No, roll. No, go in it. Go in the laser. Thank you. No, go back. Thank you. Thank you. Go back in. Go back in.
The AI is so
now
dumb.
just stand there for like an hour. No, no. Roll back. Roll back.
What?
All right, I'm back. All right, beat him. I beat the giant. Shoot me with your biggest gun, Spider-Man, you piece of shit. Stupid Elden Ring game. I hate this game. Oh, shit.
The fuck?
He's still going. He's still doing it, huh? I'm gonna kill him. The Elden chest. That's where it's stored.
I know this one.
Do you guys know where Elden Ring is? Check this out. Whee! Nope. Come on, Spider-Man. I want you to hit me. I want you to hit me. Well, it did a little damage. Oh,
He actually damaged him.
The legendary long-tail cat talisman that
Oh!
renders the wearer immune
Wait,
to fall damage.
this ring is...
This is giving me a funny idea. Okay, well that was a fucking scam. Final boss.
That's
Here we
not
go.
an immune.
Oh.
I am not saying that. That is definitely the final boss, isn't it? Nuh-uh. 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 What is that? Why is it so
Scam
fucking
final
bright?
boss.
Holy shit. Oh fuck, I want to see it. Nah, let's not chat. Is it a spoiler? Fuck, I want to see it so bad. Ugh. I really should finish this game, honestly. Oh fuck, Donkey got a fucking final boss too. Took too long. Yeah, don't. Okay, fine. No. Yeah, and that is why tomorrow we should probably progress the Forge of Fire with Melina. I really need to fucking progress this. Honestly, I feel like I shouldn't prioritize Melania, because we're not making progress at all, dude. God damn it. But yeah, that was fun though. Still, at least Mog was a pretty fucking cool boss, and not kind of a bullshit. Because he doesn't heal like Melania, this bitch. Now that you think of it, Melania have two buffs. The fucking Scarlet Rot and the fucking Lifesteal. So weird. Kinda weird. Not gonna lie. Kinda weird, man. Kinda weird. Prioritize your mom. Lol, dude. Lol. Alright. I'm gonna end the stream here, chat. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna go be back because I want to do more Elden Ring. But instead of doing more Melania, we're gonna progress the main story. Because I feel like, you know, we've been stalling for too long. Look at the fucking title. Day 10. I've been fucking streaming Elden Ring for 10 days. I'm in 10 streams. Ah, what the fuck, man? So yeah. We probably should finish the game sometime soon though. I'm not sure how long, but I'm assuming I'm on the 80% or 90% or some shit like that. Like Forge of Fire, bada bing bada boom, the fucking Earth Tree's dead. We can kill the boss fight, the final boss, or something like that. Alright. Thank you guys all for watching. Appreciate everyone for staying out in the chat till the end of the stream. Saints Flow, Aonamida, Gara, everyone else, Bondic, SX, Zombie, K, Dave, and everyone who lurked. Appreciate it as well. Especially for you guys who opened the stream in the background while doing other shit. Appreciate you. Respect. Much love. And also, thank you. Hold up. Get if I can refresh this shit. Venice for the rate and all the followers come along the way. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much love. Much love. Raid. I think we're chilling for today. I think I'll let you guys go wherever you guys want to go. Because I gotta AFK as well immediately. I gotta take a shower. Yeah. And all that stuff. I'm kind of hungry as well. I might make some Indomie probably. So yeah, no raid for tonight. I'll let you guys go wherever you guys want to go. But still, thank you guys anyway for chilling on in the chat till the end of the stream. Thank you, much love. Follow the channel if you're new here. Follow me on socials, Twitter and Instagram if you're interested in my other stuff outside Twitch, like drawing and music. I upload them on Twitter and Instagram, whichever you use. So yeah, kindly do follow me over there. And join the Discord if you want to hang out with the peeps off stream and spam the meme with Saints on the meme channel. If that's more of your style, do that. And subscribe with Twitch Prime if you want to support the channel a little bit more. I think that's all. Once again, thank you guys all for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna stream a little bit earlier than usual. So, you know, because it's Sunday. If I'm gonna stream. If not, I'll see you guys on Monday, as usual. What else? I think that is all. Alright. For outro, okay. I think we can do some weep outro for today. This song's been really stuck in my head for a couple of days now. Yeah. Any weebs? In the chat. Alright. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace out. Have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. And bye-bye. Skirt. That's right, the IIS Aranis herself. Skirt. Love you.